Do you ever get the feeling someone's looking down on you? I'm sure some people will like me to just leave this stream on, you know, Arlecchino staring down at them for eternity. Some people would watch that, I'm sure. Anyways. Hello. Welcome. What is my dashboard working? I think it is. Good. Look, the stream is live. That's nice, generally speaking. To be live when I intend to be live. I think we are getting C6 today. I have managed to grind up, well, okay, I don't have a 10 pull quite yet, but if I did my math correctly last night, I should just have to do the next part of the event real quick. So, which I think is just going to be, yeah, only the 60 primos from this thing, right? We'll get 60 primos from here. And then we'll get 60 primos from dailies. And then I think that should be a 10 pull, which will put us right at 73 pity, I believe. Let me double check here. We got Xingqiu last time, so actually Xingqiu getting Xingqiu last, that's a non-banner 4-star, right? So the next 4-star is guaranteed to be one of the characters in banner, which means it's a guaranteed wish refund, which is important. Because today we're gonna be like, it's gonna be down to like grinding single pulls. And like the difference between her showing up at like 75 pity versus her appearing at 82 is like 6 hours of grinding. So that's why I'm pretty sure we're gonna get C6 Arlecchino today. But it's possible that the game's just gonna be rude. So, you know, anywho's, we are at 10, or it was 10, 55, 60, 61, 62, 63. Alright, right, there we go. So, the next 10 pull will be 64 to 73 pity, right? So the next 10 pull will be right at the edge of soft pity, and then we're going to do single pulls until we get our guaranteed C6, right? So I'm going to let people join, and then we're going to, we'll do the 10 pull a little bit, right? And I'll do a recounting in this stream, assuming we get our C6. That's I sincerely hope. I mean, I'm still gonna have to continue grinding a little bit to like balance out the 1960 that someone bought for the account last stream, but that's just something I can do in the future. I don't have to like push myself to do it in a particular time frame. So just note that you know I am gonna grind a little bit more to be able to balance that out still, and. You from the whole day today of 82 pity. Yeah, I can relate. That might be what happens today. I hope not though. So anyways, hello to everyone joining. Can I help you with your account? Maybe GG. I cannot promise though. I do need to. My current inclination, one of my feelings that I've gotten in doing these streams the last few days, is that realistically, I think I'm gonna do what I was kind of talking about over the past few months in my live streams, wherein I've been talking about making a little bit, like, I was trying to, for a long time, I was trying to, like, push myself to get 2 edited, what was I using there? 2 edited videos out per week, like 2 videos per weekend, right? And sometimes I miss that, because, you know, whatever, busy, I had other plans, or whatever, didn't, blah, 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 blah. But, like last week, where I was grinding so much for C6 Arlecchino that I didn't have time to, well, I didn't have time to properly make the other video I wanted to make. I did technically record it, and I didn't like how it turned out in editing, so I didn't make the Candace Arlecchino video. I still might make that, but it might be this weekend. I don't know. Point is, I think I'm gonna break my pattern of like doing 2 edited videos per week, and along with that, I think is I should just like for edited videos, I should just lean into what has been successful on my channel, which you know. Like I know a lot of people came to my channel right for the only series content, like for Polearms Only. But like realistically, edited videos aren't like that popular for like the only series. Weapons Only was decently popular, but I hated that. And even then, like I'd say most Weapons Only videos still got like what I would consider a decent performing video compared to some things like videos like my account fixing videos. I enjoy making those less personally, but clearly people enjoy watching them more because they get a lot more views and they have a lot more engagement. So I plan to do more account fixing things, is my point. If you submit it to the Google form, ultimately, like, if there's something about your account or something about that you said that makes your account more interesting for me to try to like make a video on, that's why I will probably contact you. But I actually do need to go and review the submissions sometime soon. Like by soon I mean hopefully this week. So I guess if you submit it to the account fixing form, keep an eye on your DMs or whatever, because I might message you. I want to make at minimum once of those per month, but honestly with how well they do, I should like do them probably at least like once every other week is my thinking. And like focus on making that as one of the core things I do for edited videos, and then other edited videos is like I'll do like wishing videos, and I'll do maybe like first impressions in those wishing videos for some characters and whatever, and whatever other ideas I think I have that are worth making a dedicated video for. But a lot of times I was just pushing myself to make videos on ideas that I think weren't necessarily that worthwhile. So for example, like I'm building Lynette right now slowly on my main account. I could definitely make a dedicated video on Lynette, but realistically, since I'm not going to be able, I'm not going to be able to have the resources to properly make the Lynette video by the time Arlecchino's banner ends, I don't think. What is the point? It's kind of my feeling of making an edited video on Lynette. I don't know. It might be successful, but it might not. And particularly if she's not on banner anymore and people aren't like looking for information on her anymore, they're less interested. So anywho's, you submitted but somehow put the wrong UID. I mean, yeah, just submit again. I don't think it shouldn't prevent you from submitting again. So question about Arlecchino: how would C2 Arlo rotations work? Or C2 enables blood dead dudes immediately before C2 rotator supports to wait the 5 seconds. I mean, yeah, it just means you don't have to rotate out. Like you can do the typical Genshin thing, right? Where in like with Hu Tao, for example, right? You just, you do your Xingqiu, you do your Yelan, you do your whoever, right? You do your Zhongli, and then you switch to Hu Tao and start doing Hu Tao things. You could do the same thing with Arlecchino with her C2, right? But you can still use her skill first if you want. And honestly, one of the weirder things about that I think people like, I think oftentimes with her C2, you'll still play her C2 exactly the same way because her skill has a 30-second cooldown, right? And her C2 doesn't change her cooldown. So one of the potential rotational problems introduced by C2 is if you do, other supports into Arlecchino, use skill, and then whatever, you're going to have a 30-second cooldown, whereas like if you use your skill and then switch your supports, you're going to have, by the time you get back to Arlecchino, the cooldown's going to be down to like 25 seconds, right? So functionally, by doing a normal rotation where you just EQ, or not, you don't even have to Q. If you just do E and then absorb immediately, I don't know. It's weird, right? But I think the actual value of the C2 Blood Dead do thing is overworld utility, as well as abusing it for building up arbitrarily high amounts of Bond of Light. Like I think a weird thing that's going to indirectly buff her overall damage with C2 is that having Blood Debt do immediately is going to cause her to incidentally have higher Bond of Life totals, just in the dynamic, particularly in the dynamic of like AoE combat, is my guess. And like there'll be more carryover Bond of Life, because there are instances wherein like I will absorb Bond early before it actually has time to cook or whatever. And I don't get the full bond in those instances, but I still needed to do it to like kill the last little enemy or something. I don't know. Does that make sense? That's what I've just like a random thing I've noticed. So good luck on today's polls. Thank you. So, oh, good lord, I've already had 150 viewers. Okay, I'm gonna wait until we get like 200-ish viewers, and then I'll go over. I'll outline my plan, and actually, I guess before I outline my plan, is Arlo with Shun Yun and Farina actually viable? I wouldn't recommend it personally. I haven't played enough with Farina and Arlecchino together, mostly because I don't. There doesn't feel like that compelling enough of a reason to do it, right? There's a thing up here. Is my general feeling. So, anyways, what I did last night, we should be able to get a temple. Oh, we should go to the event actually. I can't do a temple yet. Now that I think about it. Okay, I'm gonna go to this little thing over here, and then we're gonna go do the event because we need to do the event. And then we need to do dailies, and then that should give us enough for a temple, if I did my maths correctly last night. Alright. And then once we do a temple, we'll get 1 wish refund, right? So a temple will put us at 73 pity, right? So right at the edge of soft pity starts at 74. 74 is only going to be like a 5% chance, but and then it goes, you know, up from there. Another thingy. What is? Oh no, where are you good there? Okay. Let's go do the event quick. Oh, my teapot is full. Oh wait, no, that's claim your creative furnishings. Oh yeah, that's part of the plan. So the general plan: do event, do dailies. That gets us a 10 pull. We should get our wish refund, or if we're lucky, we'll get 2 wishes refunded if we get 2 4 stars, because we're at 4-star glitter. If we get 2 4 stars, we'll get two wishes refunded, right? But realistically, let's only plan on 1, right? So that will get us into 74. That'll get us in soft pity. And then I have a wish I can get from the teapot for furniture that I have prepared, I'm pretty sure. And then if we need to grind a little bit, and then we're in the grinding phase at that point, right? So we only have enough wishes to basically get into 75 pity right away, which we might just get her right away, right? And that would be nice. And well, actually, if that happens, I don't know what I have planned for the rest of the stream. Because I don't think I want to activate her constellations today. Because I think I want to, I don't know. We'll see what happens. If I get C6 right away, like I don't have to grind out anything, then I will potentially maybe activate constellations today. I didn't make a plan, but I can make a plan live to do so, I guess. Len with the 11.99 euros. Speaking of account fixing, what would you think of me donating another 100 euros or so in a few years to check on my account progress? I'm asking to make sure you're all right with that. I mean, yes, I would be all right with you giving me money. I feel like a few years is a long time. Yes, C6 Arlecchino is overkill. I guess for anyone that has missed my previous streams, without getting too into depth of it, yes, I know this was dumb and extraordinarily overkill and extraordinarily pointless. Like I've already said before, C0 Arlecchino is so good on Polearms Only. I honestly think C1, C2, and C3 were kind of unnecessary. It's very likely I would have ended up with C1, C2, C3-ish, regardless. Just because it's Polearms Only, and what is there to do other than like spend a bunch of wishes on that? But going this hard into Arlecchino, 1,000,000% unnecessary and dumb, even for a Polearms Only account where I might be able to get more relative value for it. It's just unnecessary. I'm just doing it for the fun of it because I really like this character. I like how they designed her. It's Polearms Only. I find her a lot of fun. I kind of like everything about the character. So like I don't know, right? Like why not? And when I have to grind for it rather than just spending money for it, it feels a lot better to me. It feels like I can actually earn it. And I know I did spend some money for the gimmick of the video, but again, that was like just a business cost in my mind. Though again, I might try to like balance out. I don't know. At this point, I think it was hard enough to get C6 that I'm not too worried about balancing it out. Other than like if I need to turn off C6, I'll just remove her circlet kind of thing. So, anywho's, don't pull yet. You're at work. I mean, I'm gonna pull shortly, but I can't pull right now because I gotta go do the event. Anyways, I'm rambling already. Let me So yeah, I know C6 is dumb. Like I'm aware. Trust me, I made a whole video how dumb C6 Yelan was on my main account, like how it actively made me dislike Yelan. Like I tend not to use her anymore because of that. Like I'm overjoyed how good Candace feels with Arlecchino, because like that means I don't have to feel like using Yelan for Vape Arlecchino. It's just like, oh, it feels fantastic. I get to use a Hydro character I genuinely enjoy. Anywho's, when are we gonna pull for a C6? Soon, TM. As soon as I get up to a 10 pull. So hold your horses briefly. The plan, by the way. So how I got between last stream, like I think I ended last stream like 500 Primo Gems. I got these by just basically I finished. You can see the tree is blue. I finished this quest. I did a whole bunch of exploration in this general area, and then I started the like Fontaine research quest. Did a whole bunch of random incidental exploration here. And then I ended off last night doing this quest, I think, with like it was called Villains. One of the worst quests in the game. You basically just sit in this area for an hour straight and talk to different people and like go and find pine cones. It's so bad. Genuinely one of the worst quests in the game. I think I could have like found it, you're just stuck in dialogue. That's awful. So anywho's, then why use C6 Arlecchino? Because I have C5 with a guarantee. Because like I got to C4 with the wishes I initially made for the wishing video, and I only continued, like I got to C3, had 50 wishes left, right? So I'll go over like a more in-depth history of like what exactly happened and like the numbers of what this took after we get it. But right, I got to C3, and C3 was like the realistic maximum meaningful like value of like per copy of Arlecchino, you get a meaningful increase. C4 didn't do that much, right? C4 only does kind of something in conjunction with C5, or sorry, not C5, C6. So it's just like a stepping stone. Same thing with C5. C4 and C5 are stepping stones to C6. Like they don't make sense on their own. Even then, C4 doesn't make that much sense, but it does make more sense with C6. So point is, C3 was the realistic stopping point. I had 50 wishes left at the end of the wishing video, and this is the first new Polearm 5-star that has come out in a year and a half on Polearms Only, and I really, really like her kit and find her fun, and I like the character too outside of like her kit design. So to end off the video for the funsies, and it wasn't even the end of the video, but for funsies to end off the wishing for the account, I just spent the last 50 wishes anyways, and I was like, it's fine, I'm not gonna get an early C4 anyways, and then I got an early C4 with the 50-50 win, and then I got an, and then my concept was like, hey, there's a whole bunch of exploration left to do on Polearms Only. Like this map wasn't even unrevealed, and I still have barely touched it. And like there was a whole bunch of Inazuma to do, there was a whole bunch of Fontaine to do, there was all this to do, all of the new area to do, like a whole lot of grinding I could do to grind like 2 pities worth, right? Because I was at C4, I was like, okay, I think it's feasible to grind 2 pities worth. It's still not likely we'll get C6, but I think it's feasible I could do it, like grinding to 2 pities and winning 2 50-50s. And then at 30 pity into grinding, I got an early C5. right? And then at 50 pity, and then at C5 it's like, okay, let's continue. And at C5, when grinding to the C6 for another 5-star, we got an early Signari at 50 pity. And then that just made it a matter of, okay, can we get to pity again? And the answer was yes. And that's what we're doing today. We're getting to pity to get our guarantee. So, like, does this make sense? No. But it's fun. And, like, she's an on-fielder. The solution to if I feel like she's too strong is to not use her, right? Wow. Right? Like the benefit of having C6 Arlecchino and C6 Arlecchino likely being very strong on this account and me potentially not wanting to use her sometimes because she's too strong is that I will have more reason to use Hu Tao still, because if I want a character that's not too strong, I can just use a character that's strong but not too strong with constellations. So I don't know. Like the sequencing of like holistically, it didn't make sense to do this. It did not make sense to go to C6. I did not plan to get C6 when Arlecchino, before Arlecchino's release or during Arlecchino's release. But the sequencing of stupid decisions has concluded in today, hopefully today, getting C6, right? That's basically what this is. So we're gonna go get a 10 pull quick. I don't know why I came there. Oh, I just condensed my rhythm. That's fine. We're gonna go get a 10 pull quick by doing the music thing, because we need to get 60 wishes from here real quick. So hold your hats. If you have a hat. I mean, you have to have a hat. It's the Fontaine region. Or Fontaine year. So we're gonna go do this quick. That's 60 primos, and we'll finish dailies. That's 60 primos. That should give us enough for a 10 pull, and then we need to do single pulls after that. When will you activate C6? Depending on when. I mean, potentially today. If she comes home, you know, at 75 pity, like I should be able to get to 75 immediately with the wish refunds, right? And then with a wish I can get in the teapot. But if it takes, you know, 4 hours to grind to get to like 80 pity or whatever today to get C6, then not today, because I'm not gonna feel like streaming for another 3 hours to go and test out, and because I want to like individually activate the different constellations. So it might be today that I test and activate the different constellations. It might be tomorrow or Thursday. So, anywho's. Hello. I'll have a go. All right. And this is the only new thing of the event we can do today, because the next, like most of the next parts of the event unlock tomorrow, I think. So we're just doing this one quick, which shouldn't take long, and I'm gonna definitely get a perfect combo with no misses. focused. Because surely if we get a perfect combo, this means Arlecchino... Oh. This means Arlecchino shows up. Ah! Oh, I thought I missed it. No! I hit the wrong button. I thought I had it. Oh no. 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 I don't even care anymore. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I scuffed it. Doesn't even matter. I hate everything. There's no... Now Arlecchino's gonna take until 90 pity. Arlecchino's gonna take till 90 pity now, just because I screwed that up. Oh well. No, I don't need to... Camera. Alright. Alright, claim my crap. Terrible. 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 Alright, how many did that get us for dailies wise? I'm just gonna do daily commissions because it's gonna be faster than finding chests. Yeah, that's fine. We'll go do 2 daily commissions real quick. Where is my daily commissions? Mondstadt still. Okay. So, the plan is... We'll do our daily commissions here. Not all of them. I just need to do 2 quick to get 10... or 4 to primos, technically. Of course, these are annoying ones. Thanks, game. Appreciate it. The food delivery might be faster than going over here. But yeah, so we'll do these dailies real quick. Then we can do a 10 pull. And we're doing singles. And with the wish refunds and a wish that I can get for the teapot, we should be able to get to like either 75 or 76 pity right away. And we'll see, and then we'll go from there. There's also the Fontaine Fountain. I did not get to level 30 in the fountain yesterday. I think I am at level 27. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm at level 27 because I just got these standard wishes actually. So, and yeah, I just turned them in. I just turned sigils in last night, so I need 90 more, or 89, sorry, more sigils to be able to get to 2 wishes in the fountain, right? So that shouldn't take that long. And along the journey to getting those 90 sigils, we probably get a wish or 2, I imagine, from exploration. The point being, I don't think it would take that long. I have like an outline, is my point. I have an outline of a plan to be able to get to like 80 PD, is my guess. Relatively quickly-ish. Ish. Alright. Everyone hates that event except for the Osu and other rhythm game players. Or you didn't say rhythm games, but I don't know, I like the event. I'm not amazing at rhythm games, but I like the rhythm event. It's fun. And I'm not like the type to like, I gotta play this all the time, no. Like, if I'm gonna play the rhythm game, I'm gonna play friggin' Beat Saber, to be honest. So, 89 pity, oh good god. I mean, look, if it actually takes to going to 90 pity, that would be legendary in its own right, but also if it takes that much pity, we're probably not getting it today. Also, my pyro damage team. I guess Hydro Arlecchino it is. Oh frick, she has Bond of Life still. Get out, go start doing Hydro damage. There we go, Hydro damage, let's go. It took way too long to lose the... There we go. Okay. Hello, here's our food. How many pity you at? We're at 63, and in mere moments, we will be getting to 73 pity. There's a plane outside, and we will be getting to into soft pity. I can word. It's fine. We'll be getting into soft pity, and we'll be doing single pulse until beater. And then I need to still continue farming after that to balance out the 1960 that someone bought for me yesterday. But, you know, all the 1960 did was save time because I'm going to just throw 1960 Primo Gems away in the garbage to resin refreshes. Maybe we'll get some garbage artifacts out of it. But, anywho's, That should be enough for a temple. I think. Yep. Wait. Frick. That is not enough for a temple, is it? No, it is. Okay. It is. It is. Okay. I did my math wrong. I did my math correct last night. I did my math wrong in the moment. All right. Let's go to Fontaine. We'll go here. We'll go here. I feel like this is an appropriate place. Just get C6 Arlecchino, lore accurate Arlecchino. Delusion. Can you imagine if C6 gave her like the delusion mode skin or whatever? Anywho's. Yep. What if I get 44 4-star weapons? That would be a lot of 4-star weapons in one temple. So, anywho's, let's go. So this pity. Well, actually, here we'll do the stupid standard pulls quick. I didn't start recording. Oh frick. Okay, sorry. I gotta. I still don't know if this is gonna become an edited video, but I gotta do the recap again. Okay, it's fine. Whatever. That's okay. So a recap. Oh, a 4-star from standard banner. That's an early 4-star. That's actually gonna give us another wish. That's nice. Sweet. Yeah, a full another wish there. Nice. Thank you, game. That actually genuinely helps a lot. Because, anyways, I have a 10 pull that I farmed out last night. As a quick recap. Yesterday, we did like a little bit of grinding in this area, but then last night, off camera, I finished some quests here. I did a really terrible quest in this stupid house with a child and 5 years of dialogue. I hated it. Did a whole bunch of exploration there, and then I did some exploration here, and then did... I have currently in progress the Fontaine Research Institute quest, so we can actually do that this stream if need be to get some primo gems, I think, relatively quickly. So the plan is... We are at, double check here, we are at, what is that donation? Just a little support because I have finals and tomorrow also will be account reviews. Account reviews will be back one day, and how are you? I'm doing well. Thank you for the, I have no idea what HUF is as a currency, but thank you. I appreciate it. It might, as long as it's not like an excessively high amount of money, thank you. Which might sound weird, but like I don't want an excessively high amount of money. Like I don't want anyone to donate like $500 to me. That's insane. So as long as it's not like $500. Thank you very much, because like you shouldn't donate $500 to me. You should, anyways. It's Hungarian. I guess that makes sense, but I'm gonna assume it's not $500. Thank you. But anyways, we are at. It's $3. Perfect. See, that's the perfect amount for a donation. In the $3 to like $50 range, I think is like the healthy amount of donation. $50 is still a lot of money, but like I really appreciate that much. Anyways, thank you. We are at 63 pity, right? We have a 50-50 loss. We have a guarantee, right? This Tignari was early at 50 pity. I'll do a recounting of like what it actually took to get C6 and like a history of like why again, it's stupid to go for C6, but there's no turning back at this point, right? Like, so we're continuing until we're getting a C6, hopefully now. Well, not necessarily right now. This temple will be into 63 pity, and then we're gonna have some refund wishes to use, right, from the star glitter, which will get us into pity. And soft pity starts at 74, by the way. 74 is like a 5% chance, and that goes to like, 15-ish percent. It slightly increases percentage chance, right? 74 is the actual start of soft pity. And someone should donate $700. No. Do be healthier with your money than that. So, anywho's, right, we have the wish run there. So that's the plan. Like, and if we get 2 4-stars in this 10 pull, that will be 3 wishes we can use right away. So that would put us at 77 pity. And then I have the teapot. I have the like furnishing, the special furnishings you can craft. I think if I planned properly yesterday, I have enough to get a wish from the teapot. So that would be 78. And then the fountain, we're at level 27 of the fountain. So I should just have to do like a little bit of grinding. And that would be like, 2 more wishes from the fountain at level 10. And then there's like the key you get. And then there's exploration, things otherwise. So like, I'm pretty sure we can get to like 81, 82-ish pity relatively quickly today. Is the plan. And that should be enough to get her. Or we might get lucky and she'll just show up at like 74, 75. And we'll just get her like right now. And if that happens, then I get to spend the rest of the stream actually probably like testing out. So depending on how long it actually takes to grind out for single pulls, will determine the rest of the stream's content. We're gonna find out. So probably no Arlecchino in this poll. I will click through them though, because I want to see what 4-stars we get to see. Yeah, no, that's fine. That would have been there would have been 5-star there. That would have been funny. It would have technically been early. Anyways, if we get 2 4-stars here, Oh, the chance we get 2 4-stars is much higher now. It doesn't matter what the 4-star is now. If we get another 4-star, that will actually be another wish refund. Oh, sad. Okay, only 1 4-star. But I think with the 2 refunded, that was at like 3 pity. I think with the 2 refunded, we might likely get another 4-star. So we're at pity now. Let's take a drink of water. The yappering. I mean, that's just me. I'm sorry. Also 400 viewers. Good lord. Well, you're just in time for maybe C6. We are at pity. We are doing single pulls now. This is the start of soft pity, 74. So there's only like a 5% chance here. But a chance is a chance not to... Oh, there we go. Okay, well... well, hello. Hi. Thank you. Thank you for coming home right at 74. There's proof, by the way. There's some people that don't believe that when I say that, like, 74 is up, and they're like, no. People tend to say this for, like, why am I rambling? I don't need to complain. Hey, there's C6. Let's freaking go. That took forever. So, for anyone watching right now, C6, like, I think this is, like, the 8th stream I have done, and I probably had, like, at least, I don't know how long, like, the total time count. I think I've had like 20 hours almost of streams at this point to get C6, and I think at least another 30 hours to 40 hours on top of that of grinding. And that's how much time it took, despite how lucky I've gotten, right? So anyways, thank you, Arlecchino, for coming home at 74 pity exactly. There's the proof, though. That was only like a 5% chance for that to happen, I think, at the 74th wish specifically. And then it like ramps up from there is how the soft pity system works. But there you go. There's additional proof that soft pity is actually at 74, not at 75. And now R5 weapon. Yeah, no. Now I need to technically go in Primogem debt. So I'm going to save any additional Primogems I get. And then dump them into resin refreshes to balance out the fact that someone gave me that top up last stream. Which, like, if they didn't give that top up last stream, like yesterday's stream, then it probably would have taken me another day or two to get C6. I still would have been able to get C6 regardless of that top up. But to balance it out, I'm just gonna throw some Primogems away to resin refreshes. So to make sure I can feel like I properly earned it. But no, we're not R5ing. No, like and yes, I know that her R5 weapon has like it more than doubles the values of the damage bonus. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Like it really doesn't matter. It was already dumb to go this hard. And like, look, if the only chance I ever get refinements for Arlecchino's weapon is if it gets paired with specifically Staff of Scarlet Sands, which is pretty specific. Actually, not only that, if it gets paired with Staff of Scarlet Sands, and there's like no 5-star polearm on the horizon, and it has Fab Lance in the banner, the true 5-star polearm, then I'd consider it. But no. No. So yeah, R5 is just freaking dumb. It's so unnecessary when you're already at C6. It's so freaking unnecessary. Okay, so I expected to have to grind out more this stream, to be honest. That was definitely lucky. I was definitely lucky getting her at 74. So all we have to do then is just add. So I'm gonna go through and we're gonna go through and count our Arlecchino. So this is gonna be boring. Yes, I know. I know. The plan. Okay, let me outline the plan. The plan is to have a stroke. The plan is to activate this stream now. And yes, it was guaranteed. That's why I wasn't that surprised by it. That was guaranteed if you missed that Otaku engine. So I'm gonna go through the wishing history to try to like figure out like how lucky this actually was. I definitely think this was lucky, in particular because like C1 and C2 was not lucky. It was unlucky. I think both of these, if I recall correctly, both of these took to pity. And they were 50-50 losses to pity twice, right? So these two took 300 wishes. And then I think C3, C4, C5, and C6 took like less than 200. so you know, this half was very lucky. First half, not very lucky. And I think that makes the total average actually not that insane, but just still slightly lucky for C6. Like I said, I definitely didn't expect to be able to get C6. I did not plan to be able to get C6 at the start. But anyways, let's go over like the full journey. Why not use a website? Because I don't have a website ready. That's why. So yeah, we'll do activation and damage testing because I don't have to grind this stream. I'm still gonna grind to balance out that one top up someone bought, but anywho's, all it took was maybe like 40 hours. I'm pretty sure it's more like 60 hours at least. I spent 40 hours, right? Like it's like I mean I didn't like record how long I spent like grinding off camera, but like I know I spent more time grinding off camera than I did on camera because I was just more efficient with it. That's why every time I streamed I had like more wishes. I had like a temple already. It's because I usually did a lot of grinding off camera. Like I'm pretty sure it was at least 60 hours of gameplay. So anywho's, we're just gonna go count, right? And we just have to add 11 on top of this. We're gonna go count all the way back to our first Arlecchino, right? And figure out what we got. And we're gonna go back through them one by one to figure out. And I'm gonna count the wishes that were done on Xiao's banner to get C6 Yao. So we're gonna start from the last Xiao, right? But I know the general history as I was in clicking. Oh my god, it's gonna take so long. I should have prepared a website for this, but I didn't think about it beforehand. Oh well. I don't remember what those like. It was like Paimon my way, but then I have to configure. No, we're just doing it this way. I'm just doing it the lazy way. I'm sorry. The general history is we won the 50-50 for C1 at Pity. Then I believe C1 and C2 were both 50-50 losses, and then guaranteed both at Pity, right? So that's where like a majority of the wishes went. Was C1 and C2. And then C3 was early, I think at like 40-ish pity. C4 was early, I think at 50-ish pity. C5 was early at 30-ish pity. So that was 3 50-50 earlies. The 50-50 wins and earlies. And then we got an early Tignari at 50 pity. So that was a 50-50 loss for C6. Could have ended, like 4 or 5 days ago. And then we just got right at the start of soft pity Arlecchino C6, right? So let's see what the total is here. Very shortly, we got to do this because I think this is an important breakdown personally. Right, there's a Chi-Chi. Yep. Nope. God, there's so many wishes. Yeah. Good lord. It didn't feel like that many wishes because of like how much it was spread out towards the end here. But it was a lot of wishes. Like, this is meant to illustrate, like, I wasn't that lucky. It wasn't like I got C6 and 300 pulls, right? This was a lot of wishes. And to be clear, it was much better than the worst case scenario. Because, like, the worst case scenario that's possible for a C6 is approximately, like 150, the simple math, it would be 150 wishes times 7, right? Losing every single 50-50. And 150 wishes times 7, what is that? That's like 1,000, a little bit over 1,000 wishes is the worst case scenario. But like within, you're right, when you're getting 7 5, when you're trying to get 7 copies of a specific 5-star, you expect to lose, okay, there we go. There's the Xiao. So we have 118 pages. You expect to lose, let me finish my thought. You expect to lose 3.5 50-50s, right? If you're trying to get 7 of a specific 5-star. Obviously, the exact result depends what actually happens, but the actual average is more towards like the 700-ish range, right? And I don't think we are actually that insanely lucky. So 118 times 5 is 590 wishes plus the 11 that we just had to do to get C6. So C6 was, and then plus the 1 there, sorry. So 602 wishes, right? 602 wishes for C6, which means, what is that average? 602 divided by 7 as an average of 86 wishes per Arlecchino, right? So functionally what the early 5-stars did for us is the early 5-stars balanced out, kind of slightly balanced out the 50-50 losses. That's kind of what it is. That was still a lot of wishes. That was 600 wishes. It's not that insanely lucky. Like the average for a C6, I think is like 700. And it's absolutely not worth doing. I want to emphasize. So let's just go double check here. 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm losing all the viewers. It's fine. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That feels like more than... That's a lot. It's 17 pages. 17 times 5. Wow. This first Arlecchino was late. This first Arlecchino was at like 80, 84, 85. I don't know exactly. I don't care exactly where it was at. But if 17 pages, yeah, this first Arlecchino was very late. Like this is one of the latest I've gotten to 5 stars. I think it was at like 8, somewhere in the 85ish range. I don't think it was 90, but I don't really care exactly, to be honest. Yeah, counting stream. Let's go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, there we go. So 15. So that one was 15 times 5. Was that early? Oh no, that was not early. That was 75. So this was a Chi-Chi at like 76 PD, 75, 76. All right. And we'll just say that's 1 page. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I feel like I just miscounted. Whatever. Honestly, whatever. Don't care. I think you saw it. If anyone actually cares, you can review yourself, to be honest. I think I miscounted and I don't want to go back and do whatever. So C6, I think I was correct. Right? The history was, so for the full history, in case anyone's just joining or leaving, full history is right. I did the video, right? So first of all, I did the stupid video of what does the 3 top-ups get you. What does 3 top-ups get you? So I didn't buy the $50 one. That was something someone else bought for the account yesterday. I did do 3 top-ups. I didn't actually spend $300 on that, to be clear. I only spent $160 on that. But it was the equivalent of 3 top-ups, right? It was 3 top-ups. I just didn't spend 3 top-ups worth of money. So I technically did spend money, but that was 180 wishes. So if we actually, okay, sorry, I'm gonna go in here again. I want to subtract. I think the most fair thing is to check here is to actually check if I hadn't spent the money. If I hadn't done the 3 top-ups, where would I ended up, right? So I'm gonna go back 180 wishes. This is 50, so we need to go like page 20 is 100 wishes, right? So okay, and then 30 is 150. Wait, no, I need to count the Arlecchinos. Frick, god dang it. Okay, sorry, more counting stream. Oops. So this is, wait. So we need to count the 10 we did. So this is technically 15 here. So we need to add 10 on top of this, right? What do we need to get to? Page. So functionally, we need to get to page. What is the stopping point? Frick. 180 divided by 5, right? Because 3 top-ups with the first time top-up bonus was 180 divided by 5. 36. We need to get to page 36. No, technically, sorry. 34 because of the additional 10. So we need to get to page 34. We're gonna count how many Arlecchinos I got. Or I would have not got, right? Because I want to try to figure out what Arlecchino constellation would have ended up at if I didn't do the top-up. I'm pretty sure I'd be at C3R1. All right, there's Tignari. Okay, where is the C5? There we go. There's the C5, right? So that's 1 Arlecchino. There's the 2 Arlecchinos. That's the early C4. Wait, was that C4? Yeah, that was C4. Okay. Oh, wait, we went more than enough already. Yeah. So, yeah, as you can see, right? So, right here, right in this range is the last 35 pages is 180 wishes about, right? So that's functionally even though I spent the money first, I didn't spend the money to get C6. I just spent the money first for the gimmick video. It was not spending money to get C6, right? It was a different thing. I'd spent the money for the video. It was not with the intention of getting C6. That functionally would have resulted in us having C3R1, right? Is what the end result. That's on the assumption of if I had like done the same amount of grinding, right? So like the equivalent situation of if I hadn't spent money, it was like I would have had to do this grinding to get C3 or something, right? That's kind of what functionally happened here, or to get C2 and C3 kind of thing. So it's not quite equivalent or anything, but I think that's the closest equivalent I could do if we're trying to like transpose myself to a reality where I made the same decisions other than the fact that I didn't spend money to do that video, right? That's basically it. So, and I think that's good. And I think I'm comfortable with that equivalent reality being the case, because the equivalent reality of not spending any money, we still would have had C3R1 Arlecchino, and C3R1 Arlecchino is much more relevant than C6 Arlecchino, because C4, C5 Arlecchino don't really matter, except in conjunction with C6, and C6 I can functionally turn off by just, right, so C6, just for, I said this yesterday, but for anyone that wasn't here, C6 gives 70% crit damage and 10% crit rate. Well, gee, that's basically the same exact crit value as a good circlet, right? This circlet, if you do like the CV of ×2 crit rate plus the crit damage, this circlet is about 80 crit value. C6 is 80 crit value. Watch me turn off her C6. I mean, it's not activated right now, but if her C6 was activated, bam. C6 is deactivated. Now, technically, it's not deactivated because there's still the burst multiplier increase, but because in many circumstances you just don't use Arlecchino's burst anyways, that means functionally I can turn off C6 by just removing the circlet, and that's part of the reason I'm comfortable having it on this account, because, right, so basically my point is, if I hadn't spent money, I would have ended up with C3 Arlecchino, C3R1 Arlecchino, but I do have C6, and I can functionally turn a C6 Arlecchino into a C3 Arlecchino by removing her circlet. There's going to be some annoyance with like having to have like make sure I still get set bonuses or whatever. But my point is like it's actually relatively easy to make Arlecchino C6 perform the same as a C3 Arlecchino, and that's part of the reason I'm kind of fine with it. So, anywho's, it should be fun. It should be fun to start messing around with, which is what we're going to start doing now. Can you get the Arlecchino weapon early after losing pity twice? Yes. Yeah, you can always get early 5 stars. So, anywho's, 284 wishes for Daddy Kino and still no C0R1. Oof. Yeah, I feel ya. I mean, that's kind of how our initial wishes went. So it's like it took what did it take for C2R1, right? It took 400 380. It took like 400 wishes for C2R1, which is pretty not great. But it just hardcore recovered towards the end. Crazy. That was the crazy part of the experience, right? It's like how many 5 stars I got towards the end. Like the dream, when I started this grind, the dream was not real. The dream might be real for C6, but I'm gonna have to do a lot of grinding, and I did have to do a lot of grinding. I'm gonna do a lot of grinding, and I'm gonna have to get lucky. And I did a lot of grinding, and I got lucky. That's how we got C6 ultimately. And I would not have had C6 if I didn't spend the money. But at the same time, oh frick. Hello? Is it back? Is it back? I think it's back. I just lost another chunk of my viewers. This was a good way to you know, capitalize on the fact that this is more viewers than I've ever had to a live stream before. Good job me. I think I swapped over to OBS to go and check something on my other monitor, and I think I hit a shortcut on my keyboard by accident that ended the stream. I was like, oh crap. Oops. Yeah, minus 100 viewers instantly button. That's what I pressed. Alright, 10 out of 10. Good job, me. It's fine. Now I just was feeling like I had too many viewers and I needed to bring myself down to a normal viewership level. Yeah, okay. Welcome back, me. Yes, the viewers were sacrificed for C6 Arlecchino. So, anywho's, can I have some water? I mean, I don't have the ability to give you water, but if you're thirsty, you should take this time to drink some water because now is planning time. So, let's, I guess I should start recording this. Let's figure out what we want to do. So I'm not just gonna go and activate these all in one go, because that's boring. What I want to try to illustrate here is, and this might turn into an edited video. So if this does turn into an edited video, I don't know, in some form, it's gonna be a freaking mess for me to edit. So it's probably not gonna be because I'm lazy or something, and I don't know if people would even care to watch it in edited form. But who knows? So we have C6 now, right? Just in case anyone's newly joining or rejoining. We have C6 now. We got lucky and got her literally right at the start of soft pity. with a guarantee. And are you gonna watch Eurovision? I have not. I mean, I've heard of the word. I don't know what that is. I thought that was like a genre of things, to be honest. So we're going to activate C1, then C2, then C3, and then we'll activate C4, C5, C6 all at once because we don't need. I mean, C4 is not a damage increase. C5 is just a damage increase to the burst, and we only really care about the damage increase of the burst in conjunction with C6, right? So these we don't need to these two we don't need to individually test anything. But C1, C2, C3 we do need to test. So, and I don't have signature artifacts or anything to like do like full proper testing or anything. But I'm not that insane, right? I'm not gonna. I do wish I had gladiators, right? Like, I wish I had a full set of gladiators. I have been strongboxing a little bit for gladiators. But unfortunately, we're going to have to stick to, I think, a two-piece. So, for all the testing here, we're going to stick to this two-piece build, this is with the Chevreuse team, with double pyro, right? So, her exact attack will be slightly different by team, but 80% crit rate, 230 crit damage, a little bit of ER. Isn't that relevant, right? It's a very, very good two-piece build, to be clear. But a 4-piece gladiators build or a 4-piece of her new artifacts would be relatively like you could have a lot less stat value in 4-piece of the new artifacts or gladiators and be better than this build, basically. Like, I think I actually checked on it. If you want like to compare it to your own Arlecchinos on akasha.cv, I think I checked on akasha CV yesterday, and this Arlecchino build is like top 13% or something, top 15% in overload specifically. I can't remember what it was for Vape. I could check, but it's not that important. My point is just to establish that as like a baseline metric for comparison, as far as like artifact quality goes to other Arlecchinos. And the relative increase we see, and I'm mentioning this because the relative increase we see for constellation value is somewhat dependent on what artifacts you have equipped, right? Like, you'll see more of a potential relative like damage number on screen depending on the quality of your artifacts. So I don't have the most insane Arlecchino build. It's a very, very good 2-piece build. It's basically as good as a 2-piece build can be, but it's not an ideal build, is all it really is. So we're going to activate C1, then we're going to activate C2, C3, and then we'll do a C6, right? The main teams that I want to test in. One, we'll test in this Chevreuse team, and I'm going to keep Chevreuse. For this testing, I'm going to keep Chevreuse on her DPS build with less of an attack buff. And the reason being is I just don't want to have to worry about, because the full buffing build that I have for Chevreuse uses the healing set, right? And the healing set is pretty good for buffing, especially in conjunction with having another unit on Noblesse. Otherwise, I could just use Noblesse on her, right? But the healing set, I have a 40k HP build that can get nearly max buffs on the healing buffs. So it's actually a pretty meaningful like additional increase in damage, right? And that is what I will probably often use with Chevreuse and Arlecchino. But I do like having Chevreuse on her DPS build like she is right now for Overworld. And for general use, honestly. She might just stay on it anyways. So we will have Noblesse going for these tests. And then we'll have Raiden on Tenacity. So we're going to have 2 attack percent buffs. And then we will have a little bit of attack percent again as well for Chevreuse when we're using Chevreuse. And then, of course, C6 damage bonus too. So, you know, some buffs happening, but not maximum buff Chevreuse is all I'm really saying. And I'm going to keep it the same all the way through, right? I don't want to fiddle about with things individually, because we're just trying to see like relative comparisons, right? So we'll use the Chevreuse team as a baseline comparison. And I know where we're going to go, by the way. We're going to go. This is actually the perfect area to do this. Also, I like how I didn't have to spend 30 minutes yesterday preparing for my teapot. Actually, no, that's actually good, because the 30 minutes yesterday, the primogems from the teapot I can put towards my primogem debt for that topple that someone bought. Okay, but let's go to here. I think it was here, right? For anyone that doesn't know, there's some Vishaps. You can just fight Vishaps for like 2 minutes straight. And this should be a good way. I like this setup because I can infinitely spawn them. Like bosses, quite frankly, like bosses are not going to be tanky enough, right? Like, to be clear, something like, you know, we'll fight Vivian. I think we'll fight Vivian to see big numbers, and we'll fight Vivian as well as these Vishaps, I think, is I think my current intention. But the Vishaps will be a good like neutral standpoint, because they have a neutral level of resistance. They're level 93 enemies. It keeps on spawning a bunch of them. So we'll be able to see like how many more we can kill in the 2-minute time frame. We'll be able to see the damage numbers increase, right? We'll be able to see like everything from this situation in like a relatively neutral but AoE context. We should be able to see like the AoE of C2, for example. And then we'll fight like Vivian just for the big number funnies, right? As well. So yeah. So the main team we're going to be using, I think, is this core team. Although I can also potentially test. There's probably one. We should probably pick one other team I should test. Why does that have? Oh wait, Zajeff did that. Dang it, Zajeff. So my main other one I think we could test. Well, actually, okay. One thing we definitely need to test actually, when we get C2, is I do want to test. All right, I'm gonna have to keep a note down. Sorry. all right. So baseline test. Chev team against Vishaps. All right. So the baseline test is going to be the Vishaps, and Vivian, and then we're not going to do this team, I think, because this team is not that relevant. It's just like an elemental coverage team. But we'll test, I think, the Vape Arlecchino team, right? Where is it? There it is. We'll test the Vape Arlecchino team, potentially. Chev team. Vape Arlo. Which I don't actually... I haven't decided about on this team. I haven't played with it enough to figure out how much I like Zhongli in this team. I think Zhongli seems like an obvious choice, but one problem that Zhongli has with Candace, as far as enabling Arlecchino to vape, is that he can steal Hydro Aura on occasion with his pillar, which means like tenacity basically doesn't exist. So if I have to place the pillar farther away to make sure it doesn't steal Hydro Aura to enable her to vape consistently, but I do need to test this team regardless, particularly with C2. So I need to, with C2 I need to test Vape Arlecchino. So C2 test Vape and Melt. The Melt Arlecchino team is not a team that enables, where is it? Yeah, it's this team. So this team, right, is Shenhe and Rosaria. They don't really apply enough off-field cryo to necessarily enable Arlecchino to consistently melt on Polearms Only, but I should definitely be able to melt specific instances of hits, right, with good play. Notably, I should be able to melt her C2, right, which is a 900% multiplier, and then probably I should be able to, if I'm smart, I should be able to melt her burst as well, although the burst will be a little bit harder to potentially melt, I think, as far as setups go, but I think I can still probably do it, but that'll take some messing around with. C6 as well. The complexity with C2 melting is that like it's extra pyro triggering melt or vapes on C2 is that it's extra pyro application, and being that we have both low amounts of hydro application available to us with only Candace on the account, and melting is kind of hard in general for it to trigger on a pyro unit. Those setups might be weirdly complicated and not something I do very often in practice, but we got to test them. So anyways, the Service team I think is the best neutral baseline to be able to see the damage increase. But I do want to test the Vape and Melt teams as well, particularly for C2. So C2 is probably the constellation we're going to have to spend the most time on. And that's the current plan, basically. So, okay. So let's establish a baseline. We're going to use this team against the Vishaps. We're going to use this team against Vivian. And the reason we're going to do Vivian is because Vivian, we're going to be able to get the Chevreuse buffs going, and we're going to be able to vape at the same time, right? So it's not a normal context, but it'll be the fun big number context to do. And we might swap Arlecchino to an EM timepiece, actually, when we do that as well. Because, you know, again, if the point of fighting Vivian is the big number context, we may as well do it for the fun of big number, is my idea. So we can switch to something like probably this timepiece, realistically, is my guess. I think that's probably the best EM timepiece I have. Yeah. Actually, this one might be better if I need the crit rate. We'll see what the balance ends up being. But I think it'll probably be that one. So, anywho's, enough rambling. That's the plan. That's the plan. Yeah, I got used to the bubbles yesterday. They're still clunky. It's a problem, like, you have to, like, learn the clunkiness, and that's dumb. So, anywho's, mysterious inscription. So this is C0. To be clear, we're starting with C0 as a baseline comparison. Ah. Well, I just immediately lost Raiden's energy. It's fine. Alright, so like nice 60Ks, 70Ks, right? We'll be able to build up a little bit of Bond of Life here. We don't have to use her burst. We do have to use Toma's burst. That was a 90k because we had more Bond of Life. And damage would be a little bit less than Abyss, to be clear, because like Abyss would have like lower level enemies. But again, we're comparing the same context to the same context. I should not forget to use my abilities. Right, okay. So, you know. It's kind of hard to like get a vibe for testing Arlecchino in a lot of instances. Just because of, how is my Toma like never triggering that, by the way? Just because like, right, she's doing like 80, 90k there because she had like carry over Bond of Life, which does happen sometimes. But like, specifically in AoE situations is when she tends to carry over a lot of Bond of Life. And carryover situations aren't as, like this situation is a very AoE situation, right? So in a lot of situations, she's not going to have that much carryover Bond of Life. So I would expect in the neighborhood of like 60, the 60k range is the normal amount of damage I have expected from this build in this Chevro's team, right? Not the 80k. The 80k is something that specifically happens occasionally in AoE situations, right? That's all. All right, nice. We did 50 enemies, right? That's a good baseline starting comparison, right? Let's go fight Vivian though before we activate C1. Yes, the plan is to activate C6 this stream. Baiju for Arlecchino is basically no upside. She wants to play in Vape. I mean, I did F around with Baiju in Burgeon Arlecchino with Farina. So Baiju is just the healer for the rest of the team. But Baiju's Dendro application is just like not enough to like meaningfully give that value is what I felt like. So can't recommend, but it's not technically the worst thing you can do. It wasn't dysfunctional. It did have the benefit of there being less burning, so you had more like vapes for Arlecchino, for example. That was why I was testing it. Why did I come? Oh yeah, Vivian. Toma needs some energy, so let's go get some energy on him. Why, my boy? Why did you like never have your burst up? Okay. I think he just like never triggered Fab. Man, you know what would have been nice? You know, doing 600 wishes genuinely would have been nice to have C4 Toma. Like, I can't believe he's like the second character we ever got in Polearms Only, and my boy's only C1. What did C6 cost? About 602 wishes. If I counted correctly, it was 602 wishes, which is definitely a little bit above average, but not insanely above average. So, yeah. Okay, so same thing here, except we're probably gonna die. All right, triggered overload. That. Nice 90k or 100k. Yep. And she did. Yep. Expected. Oh, I didn't switch to an EM timepiece. Okay. So yeah. That was just again, the Vivian is not a normal situation, but Vivian does appear in Abyss. You know, the Hydro Tulpa does appear in Abyss. So there are situations where we could use this team and see those damage numbers in Abyss, right? We'll do that again real quick, but with an EM timepiece, because I forgot to do that. Toma's shield feels bad. Yeah, I know, right? And the worst part is, like, he's on a Fab build with an ER timepiece, with 216 ER, and he's still, and with 3 Pyro teammates, one that generates, like, 5 particles. This one generates 4, I think. And like he still kind of felt like he wasn't getting enough energy back in some situations. To be clear, I think his energy was being sucked away. But like, his shield also just disappears immediately. Oh boy, sad. Should we just cheat? Yeah, you know what? Fine. I should clear this Bond of Life by going to the statue, but we're gonna cheat. We're gonna cheat here and get like near max Bond of Life, just for seeing the big number funsies. Just keep in mind it is cheating. Yeah, again, Vivian is not a normal test anyways. The actual test for more neutral comparisons is going to be the damage against the Vishaps. Alright, so... what do we need to do? Timepiece, I think, is all? Yeah, let's just switch to this EM timepiece. So our crit rate's going to be a little bit lower, a little bit more crit damage, a lot less attack, but much more EM. And possibly I could like switch Chevrolet or something to a instructor's build or whatever. So this isn't the stop. This isn't the maximum damage I could get. Anything. I forgot to let it cook. Look at the Chevrolet's damage. All right, frick you. Stop. All right. Yeah, nice 150k there. Yeah, and again, cheating because of the thing. Because of being at max bundle life. So without being at max bundle life, that probably would have been more like 120k is my guess. I think. No, maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. I gotta make sure not to kill Vivian, by the way, which might be a problem later on. Okay, oh, good light. Okay. Yeah, don't kill her, don't kill her. If I continue doing normal attacks, I might have killed her. Alright. It actually might be hard not to kill Vivian, which is something. So, yeah, anyways. So there's C6 Arlecchino. Should we test... do we need... I don't know if I need to test... I don't know. Do you guys want to see the Melt team or the Vape team quick? Because I can test. I should actually. Yeah, I probably should. I probably should check this team quick. Go back to the offbeat timepiece. So again, the Melt team. No, wrong one. The Melt team is not made to necessarily get melts on Arlecchino with consistency. It's made to get melts on the other characters with consistency. So, but we're going to be testing Arlecchino's damage in this context. Regardless, we don't need to test melt against Vivian, obviously. So we'll just test against the Vishaps. The vape context with Candace is just like, it's Candace vape. It's like, you know, you could do Zhongli, Candace, Arlecchino, Vape on a normal account, but then I have to use Yunjin instead of Bennett, and that just makes it a lot worse than a normal account. So I don't know. I'm mostly interested in the Vape team as far as like setting up, doing setups for C2. So I will do the Vape team, which is this team, but you know, it's not that interesting as far as the total damage you can get. I guess real quick, I'll just show it as at a baseline. I think I can just warp away to do this, but just to establish the baseline of the Vape team as well. Don't you suck me. Okay.
Stabilize. I will have order. Strike is one. Observe. Grant us your blessing. Flee.
Okay, and then, yeah. Candace has a situation where you want to, like, start doing... yeah, whatever. Oh, I should do a new rotation, dude. A nice 100k there. Like, it's good, to be clear. Like, this is a well, strong enough team that I will probably use it and a lot of the time, but... nice 100k there, right? So, okay, yeah. I'm glad I did that, just to establish the baseline, right? That first rotation is kind of all we need. Honestly, it's just like that 100k-ish baseline. Why are you on this weapon? I can't leave? Can I run away? I don't want to do the full time limit. Leave me alone. Okay, good. Okay, we kind of end it early. Good. All right. So anyways, 100k at a baseline. That's still pretty good. Like for a Polearms Only account, a Vape Arlecchino be able to hit 100k is pretty good. But yeah, this team does have problems with the Geo actually interfering with the Hydra application. But anyway, the Candace Arlecchino combo is interesting in general because it does require a bit of higher skill and like awareness of elements on enemies. But you can really actually abuse the fact that Candace's AoE application matches the AoE application of Arlecchino pretty well. I need to go clear this. Oh, frick, there's another statue down here. I need to go clear her Bond of Life. Wait, I can just burst on her. So, anyways, let's go to the Melt team. Press P. Oh, there was a button. I didn't see the button. I'm sorry. Okay, so let's check. Can I reorganize these? I can't. That's annoying. I just want to like order the Arlecchino teams in the same spot. It's fine. Let's just switch this to Arlecchino here.
No need
Okay.
to fret. I shall.
For ease of... Oh, you're already on an ER type. Okay, good. I was going to say for ease of making sure she just always has her burst back without me having to think about it, because the dynamic in this team is kind of weird, wherein I want to use Shenhe's skill and Rosaria's skill multiple times per rotation, and I just kind of got to get a feel for that. I have not played this team enough to get a proper feel for that, is what I would say. So like I need to get a proper feel for... I need to switch off of Arlecchino to quickly use an extra Shenhe and extra Rosaria E. And when I do that properly, I'm pretty sure I can have much less ER than this. So I think this team is still probably going to be worse with Arlecchino than Xiangling at C0 at least. And it might start to be better with her constellations. But it is going to be at least fun, I think, to test for like melt setups, especially with C2 or C6. Of course, neither of them have their burst up. Oh my freaking lord. Is there an enemy over here I can whack on? Please. I just want an enemy. Yes! Let's go. I can use these boys to regen energy.
Manifest.
Solidify.
Oh, frick. I hope I don't get any bond from that. No, I should. It'll be fine. Okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. Okay. Yeah, the team name is Xiangling Melty Time because I had the two separate teams set up. Oh, they're still in combat with me. But yeah, I had two separate teams in the team list. One for the Xiangling, one for the Arlecchino variation. I just changed this one to Arlecchino so that I have to like flip through less pages. That's all. Alright, so I could just like go to this for the Vape team. I can just go to this for this team, right? That's why, since I can't reorganize the pages as far as I'm aware. Alright. So anyways. Let's see what we get. Alright, so this is still C0. Oh, frick. You can't stop. It's still C0 Arlecchino. No, I should have bursted first before I did that. Okay, whatever. Misplays. Also, Arlecchino's not in the first slot. Alright, yeah, so not melting here. The idea would be she's setting up for the melts rather than melting herself. But if I had done that properly, she should have been able to melt more hits.
This is order. Stabilize.
Yeah, like that hit there was 120k, 100k, right? So, right, there are instances of her being able to melt, but, and again, I'm not playing this properly because I should probably have to do multiple Rosaria's skills per rotation to play this team properly. Right now, I'm just building more ER, which actually, I mean, in some ways might be better. Oops, not Arlecchino. I keep on thinking she's on the first slot. Okay, gotta fix that. Yeah, so we can get like 100, I think we saw up to 120k from a melt there, right? Okay, yeah, so now, like, Shenhe didn't have her burst back there because I didn't do multiple Shenhe skills per rotation, which is what I should have done.
Stabilize.
Yeah, so we can get 100k melts pretty consistently on a couple normal attacks. It's the general feeling. But again, I either need to build more ER on Shenhe, Rosaria in this team, or I need to use multiple skills per rotation, which, if I can melt on Rosaria in particular, that is absolutely worthwhile, because Rosaria's buff runs out pretty, or Shenhe's buff with Rosaria runs out relatively fast. So, anyways, I don't think I played that particularly well, so like don't be too concerned about the number of opponents I defeated. We're mostly establishing like a damage comparison, right? So it's still a good team, to be clear. It's still a good team, and the reason to use this team over the variation with Xiangling instead of Arlecchino here, I think the Xiangling variation is still better because it's much more freeform and easy to like use the multiple skills on Rosaria and Shenhe and trigger fab procs to battery any character in the team, and the Xiangling variation also gives more freedom to like use Zhongli burst, which is nice. It helps mitigate like circle impact issues with Shenhe and Rosaria. So I think the Xiangling variation is better, but maybe I need Xiangling in another team, right? So Arlecchino can be a good substitute option that works here pretty well in a way that's a lot better than Hu Tao worked in my experience. So, anywho's, it's a good team. I like it. is a little bit harder to play, I'd say, than the Xiangling variation. But obviously, you saw I can get some melt hits on Arlecchino. And it's worth trying to particularly use to set up her bigger multiplier hits, like where they're C2. So we'll see how that goes, right? Anyways, so now I think we are good to activate C1. I need to clear her bond. General Crab.
Place there. This is where
Let's get back to max. Ow. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the build is a two-piece attack build. I don't have good 4-piece sets for her. I mean, okay, actually, asterisk. This is something I should test, particularly for the Vape context. I did kind of forget I can definitely do 4-piece Gilded Dreams. The only annoyance is that doing 4-piece Gilded Dreams would require taking like my Rosaria's flower, for example, because like this one is not very good. I do have a smattering of options for feathers, so I could, Rosaria could still be functional. Actually, I didn't even realize I had 240 CV, 240 CV gilded feathers. Yeah. I have a couple options for decent attack percent timepieces. Yeah, this one's kind of cracked. If you don't need the crit rate. What do I have for crit damage pieces? That's really good on Rosaria. That's really high stat value, but no crit rate. Okay. Weird. So yeah, I could do 4-piece. I could do 4-piece Gilded Dreams. But 4-piece Gilded Dreams would make more sense, like specifically in the Vape context. So I guess I don't. It's so annoying. Like it's already we already have to test like I'm already testing multiple teams for each constellation and specific things. I think I'm not gonna bother. I think for the purpose of testing her constellations, I don't think I'm gonna bother trying to do a 4-piece Gilded Dreams build because it gets so much more complicated now that if I have to try to like tweak the build around and like modify the build to try in specific teams. So like point is I do technically have a build that might be better for particular teams or not. 4-piece Gilded Dreams is the main set that I have that would be relevant to try. I'm just going to stick to the neutral 2-piece for comparison ease, right? Do you think the ability to deactivate constellations would be useful? Yes, because then I wouldn't have to do this rigmarole if I could just turn them off. But yes, like in this melt team, for example, if I am triggering meaningful amounts of melts, Gilded Dreams would be better. But again, because of the fact that I think if this team is being played optimally, Arlecchino's only melting a couple hits. But I don't know. It's enough hits that might be very relevant, especially in conjunction with C2, to do Gilded Dreams in this team as well. But again, just to leave the comparison relatively neutral, I'm just going to leave it like this. When we activate C2, I think I might change the build around a little bit just to see like how big of a number we can try to get on C2. C2 is the one we're going to have to spend the most time testing. C1 is just like, wow, damage increase, and then I'll notice the interruption resistance occasionally. And then C3 is going to be wow, damage increase. So like C1 and C2 are really easy to test, but C2 I have to like spend more time actually testing because it can change how she plays a bit. And then C6 in a similar vein. So, anyways. So yeah, let's activate C1. I think I should. My point is, I should technically test different builds. I just don't want to. It's just as annoyingly complicated to test different builds. Activating C1. No going back. Alright. So that increases her multiplier for her Mask of Red Death to functionally 338% with a crown here. With a crown normal attack at level 10. And let's go to the Chevreuse team. So for comparison, the Chevreuse team against these Vishaps can carry over some Bond of Life, but in a normal rotation where we're not carrying over Bond of Life, this exact team was able to get, oh my god, energy. I really wish you could just go to a statue and regen energy. It's so convenient. In a normal situation, I don't need energy on oh god, I do need energy on Toma to be able to compare properly because he has Noblesse. Okay, there we go. That'll be fine. Other than the fact that Arlecchino doesn't have doesn't have her cooldown up, so we gotta wait a couple seconds. But yeah, the what was I saying? The Chevers team without C1. This is probably the team that's going to see the most notable increase from C1. By the way, I would not be surprised to see us go from like so with the normal like 130% bond absorption, we were getting I think in the 60 to 70k range. It varies a bit because you know like buffs from depending on the build I have on Chevers, depending on the buffs I have from Chevers going. Right now Chevers is on a DPS, not a full buffing build, which is on purpose. Just to remove that as a factor in comparison. Toma's on Noblesse, Raiden is on Tenacity. And I suspect we're going to see in the 80 to 90k range with 130% bond. And if we end up having carryover bond, we're going to start seeing in the 100k range, is my guess. So we'll see. And this team is easy enough to play, and I'm familiar enough with playing it, and flexible enough that, and good enough against these Vishaps that we're probably going to easily break past the 50 Vishaps we got before. So this team with C0, same exact build, killed 50 Vishaps, got in the 60k range with 130% bond. When I carried over bond, had a, you know, in the 80k range. Yep, I was right. I was right. Okay, it's actually even higher than I thought. It's just hitting like 90ks at the start of rotation. Okay, yep. Actually, no, that makes sense because C1 I think is like a for the start of rotation is like a okay. I should restart rotation. If I don't beat the 50, it's because I scuff things. That's why. Yep, there's some 100ks because we had extra bond carried over. Yep. Okay, yeah, C1's strong. Who knew? Who knew? There's 124k. Oh my god. We just hit as much as we got in a melt. Like, to be clear, the melt team again, like, probably should have different artifacts, but C0 on in the melt team, I think hit like 120k. Oh, I should probably, you know, do that. They are not marked right now, are they? Oops. It doesn't matter. Okay, well, this is wasting a little bit of time. Alright, let's do this to mark them. I just didn't hit anything with him. Slight overload issues happening here. Okay. Yep. C1 is strong. She definitely has, I mean, I already knew beforehand. She definitely has a disproportionately strong C1 compared to what is normal, I would say. Which seems to be a more common occurrence nowadays, recently. Like, characters having abnormally strong C1. It's not that normal. A lot of the characters they released in 4.0 have not had that crazily strong C1s. But yeah, I mean, that's actually a good, like, right, we went from 50 enemies to 61 enemies killed. Not factoring in like play differences of play mistakes or whatever, right? But 50 enemies killed to 60 enemies killed without trying to optimize anything, and saw a good like that wasn't like to be clear, going from like the 60k to 90k is not a 50% damage increase, right? Because the way her C1 works is you get less relative value from it the longer the rotation goes. Go watch the Jeff's pre-release video that like breaks down how like her bond of life and C1 works if you want to see like the actual math of that. But point is, C1 is functionally I think like a 25% DPS increase, 20-ish percent. It depends on the team, depends on context, yada 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 yada, right? It depends. That wasn't a 50% DPS increase just because the first few normal attacks went from 70k, 65k to 70k to 90-ish k, right? That's all. That's all. Try burning. There's not much interesting in burning. Burning's just like it's not great in this team, in this account. The problem with the burning team is it just like to get consistent Dendro application, you need to on-field Yaoyao, but Arlecchino is an on-fielder, right? Where is the burning team? There it is. So, you know, the situation of this team is like, it's good for having like multiple elements, but if you saw my video clearing the abyss where I used this team, you probably saw the weirdly variable performance in Arlecchino, where like there's instances of Arlecchino getting 80k vapes, or I think it was like 70 to 75k vapes. But like that was instances where like Raiden's E or Yao Yao wasn't applying Dendro that like overwrote the Hydra aura. So like it doesn't have very consistent core generation. It doesn't have very consistent burning uptime to even keep up the passive on the burning set. It's got a very weird dynamic. There might be a way to figure out how to play this team that actually like works properly well, but as far as like trying to compare constellations goes, it's not a very good team for comparing constellations because the team is so inherently weirdly variable and hard to control is what it has felt like to me. So anyways, do I need to have C6 Candace to use it with Arlecchino? Basically yes, but if you're a more casual player, you don't care about like she does have the nuance of like you can swap with Candace, right? Because without C6, she only gets Hydra application from when she like uses her skill, activates her burst, and then when she swaps out, she has 3 instances of Hydra application. So you can do something like do Candace EQ without C6 Candace. You can do Candace EQ into Arlecchino, right? Get a few vapes on Arlecchino's first few normal attacks, swap out, swap back in, which means that would be using up her instances, and then get a couple more vapes. And because Arlecchino's damage is front-loaded, that means you can use Candace without C6 to be able to vape most of her damage. The problem with that is if you don't have C6 Candace, and you have to swap out to be able to get like vapes after the first couple hits, and then, again, it's only going to enable you to get like 2 more vapes, or maybe 3 more. I had to test with a C0 Candace. I don't have C0 Candace to test it. The problem is like you no longer have the utility, because like one thing that's really nice about actually using C6 Candace and Arlecchino is that when like new waves of enemies spawns, or if you make a mistake or whatever, or an enemy was too far away, you can use that extra, you can kind of like save that extra application from swapping when you need it to be able to like overwrite some pyro on an enemy, or to be able to apply hydro to a new wave and start vaping on them right away. It has this really like dynamic flow to it depending on the situation. And if you don't have C6 Candace, you're not going to be able to have that flexibility, right? So it's just a lot worse. Unfortunately, Candace, as far as supportive utility goes, has always been locked behind C6, and that is still the case with Arlecchino. And she just is properly a very, very good option with Arlecchino. So yeah, it's sad that it needs C6, but that's kind of always been the case for Candace in the supportive context. All right, so anyways, yeah, C1 with this team was was a pretty big increase. Let's go fight. What's their bucket? Quick. Vivian. We'll throw on an EM timepiece. I think we saw like 120k against Vivian before. Did you activate our cons? We're activating them right now. We are currently at C1. I'm testing them individually. C2 we're gonna have to test a bunch of stuff with. C3 will be pretty simple to test. And yeah, I don't know, that's pretty much it. I think we will see a less relative. I'll test the vape team with Yunjin, by the way, as well. When we go back to the Vishaps, we're gonna see less of a relative increase. I think we're gonna see less of a relative increase from C1 with the vape team in particular, because Yunjin's buff is not going to scale with her C1 at all. So we'll see though. What am I doing? Oh, yeah, I need to swap to an EM timepiece. Not forget that. I forgot exactly what we got here. It doesn't really matter. Vivian's not a proper test of really anything. I didn't... Oh, good word. Brain. Stop it. 140k. Oh god, and death. Oh god, she's almost dead. Jesus, okay. Arlecchino, you're doing too much damage. I was just looking at the numbers and I wasn't looking at her health bar for a second. I almost killed her by accident. I need to test her. Just test on her. Hope I don't like nuke her with one shot when I activate C6 or something. Yeah, it'll be fine. We use the Tulpa. Well, actually, no, the Tulpa's going to be a pain in the arse to set up against because it's not tanky enough. But anywho's, yep, that was good damage. I mean, not insane. Again, not ideal build for a Vape context. Like I should switch to Gilded Dreams or something. But we're comparing to what I was doing before, right? We're comparing the relative damage increase, doing two-piece, but with EM timepiece versus attack timepiece, because we're trying to maximize the Vape damage. Yeah, I mean, that we went from like I think 120k in a Vape there to 150-ish k, right? Which is about what you would expect, I'd say. Let's go back here. And we're going to go use the Yunjin team quit. So two-piece build. This is a build for anyone that cares. 80 crit rate, 230 attack, or 230 crit damage. And she's on two-piece attack right now. Just for the simplicity of testing and comparing things. Again, not necessarily the ideal build for any given specific team. I mean, it is the best build I think I have for the Shivers team right now. I do not think it is the best build I have for even the Melt team potentially, or actually no, I'm gonna test the Vape team first for this. So it might be the best, depending on how much Arlecchino actually melts. It might be the best team for her, but if she doesn't melt that often, then no. There it is. Do this one first. Okay, Yunjin needs her ER. Let's fix her freaking weapon. I do not know why. Oh yeah, because I put Shao on Fab for overworld use. I remember. Why not Glad? Because I don't have it. Think about how you get Glad. So I'm just going to let people realize this for themselves. How do you get Glad pieces on a Genshin account? Right? How do you get Gladiator pieces? There's no domain. You don't farm for Glad pieces, right? You get them from bosses. On a Polearms Only account, there is less total number of characters that I'm farming for. Less bosses I'm farming. I get less Glad pieces than a normal account. And Gladiators was never that relevant on Polearm characters compared to other artifact sets to farm for. So I never really strongbox for it, right? Like Gladiators only buffs normal attacks. It doesn't buff charge attacks, right? So it didn't make sense to farm Gladiators for Tao, right? It didn't really make sense to farm Gladiators for any Polearm character. So it's not like I had Gladiators prepared for when Arlecchino's release was coming. I could have potentially farmed Gladiators, you know, in Strongbox for... And I did farm a little bit of Gladiators in Strongbox, actually. But I could have, like, tried to get, like, save up all my crap. But I didn't have 10 million artifacts saved as Strongbox to heck and high beyond for Gladiators. So I don't have Gladiators pieces. I just don't have enough. I have, like, this decent feather, which might be good enough if I had a good 4-set. And I have good options for circlets, actually. But I have no timepieces, no goblets, and no flower that's relevant enough, right? Like, this is maybe if I get really lucky with those rolls, but, like, EM is a dead stat in some teams with her. ER is a dead stat. And crit damage is good, but, like, then the crit ratio is probably going to get scuffed, especially because, like, the feather I have is not heavy in crit rate either. So, like, and I don't have a timepiece anyways. I tried leveling out a couple of pieces to see, but I haven't gotten anything. So, like, that's RNG for you, right? Like, it's not like I have no Gladiators pieces, but you can't really intentionally farm Gladiators that much other than through Strongbox, and it was never that valuable for this account to farm that much Gladiators until Arlecchino's release. And, you know, I didn't know until the beta happened that she would be relevant in Gladiators, so I just don't have them. Anywho's. Sorry for rambling. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, let's just do this first. Just trying to think what the proper setup is. Lamb.
This is order. Stabilize.
Your grand finale and step. Grant us your blessing.
Here's 150k, which again, I mean, matches. Like we got 100k before. Actually, this is a circumstance of swap out Arlecchino and then swap back in to be able to vape, right? I was hoping that would yoink me to over there, but it's fine. Yeah. So again, this team is good. I like it. It works surprisingly well. It does showcase that like Yunjin is not a useless teammate for. Actually, let me like see what the damage is without using Yunjin's buff, by the way. Now 150k was after I built up a little bit of Bond of Life, by the way. Just to be clear. Like, see 130k, right? So Yunjin's a flat damage buff, so you can see without using Yunjin, like Bennett is a lot better. I'm not saying build Yunjin for Arlecchino, but if you already had her built for whatever reason, anyways, and you know you like don't like the Bennett circle impact problems, or you want Bennett on like the other side of Abyss, it's not like she adds 0 damage to her. And there is, oh, you know what, one interesting thing someone suggested I try that I think is worth trying for the fun of it was with Mika and Yunjin together. So yeah, it's a damage increase. It's about in line with what I expected, but not as significant of a proportional increase compared to Chevreuse, which is not surprising. But yeah, like Yunjin is not adding that much there, and notably Yunjin gives even less relative value now that I have C1 Arlecchino, right? Like she was making more, her flat buff was making more relative difference without C1, and I was making less. Like, right, we went from 135k to 150k. I think was, again, the Bond of Life totals might have been slightly different in the instances of those hits, but you get the point. And like, if she adds a flat total of about 20k damage, like, and C1 brought her floor, Arlecchino's floor, up to 100k from 60k, that means the flat 20k is only a 20% increase now versus it was like a 30% increase yet before or something like that, right? So the relative C1 has made Yunjin even relatively worse. Bennett is a much better buffer for her, but there might be gameplay feel reasons of like the attack speed buff that Yunjin gives with C6 and whatever. So anyways, we're gonna try swapping out Zhongli for Mika.
Let me double check our equipment.
Right. So we have interruption resistance, right? We have interruption resistance. We're losing the red shred, to be clear. So like, Mika can be on Noblesse. I don't know, is he on Noblesse? No, he's on nothing because he's Mika. I'm not gonna bother figuring out Mika's whole build here. Okay, no, I'm not. I don't care. I don't care enough. But I just want to see how this feels, honestly. The idea though is Mika gives attack speed buff, right? He gives a 23% attack speed buff at level 11 here. Anything else Mika does basically nothing other than he functions as a healer to keep like Candace and Yunjin alive or whatever, which is not useless. So he can be a healer, which is something. But we lose the red shred from Zhongli, but Zhongli's pillar also does sometimes interfere. So and we can put Mika on Noblesse, so he does buff attack a little bit, or instructors even potentially. So the point is Mika's not theoretically useless here. And he's gonna be fast, right? It's gonna make Arlecchino feel very fast. Can you actually do his skill without the characters in the soul wind state? Okay, when he he does buff it after just I can tell you I can just feel that alone, right? And then Yunjin will add an extra attack speed buff on top of that. Like she feels a lot faster. Only problem is she might start attacking too fast for Candace's C6. So we might stop vaping, which is not ideal. If we stop vaping by attacking too fast, I don't know, we'll see. This will be interesting to see. This is more of a feel thing than actually a damage thing, but again, it could be genuinely a compelling choice if we still vape consistently. We'll see. And it provides a little bit of freeze value. It feels really fast.
Observe.
Okay, energy also. That's another downside, to be honest. Yunjin energy is higher when you have less geo. But I can't deny it feels real good. Again, I'm not worrying about actually like setting up vape stuff a little bit. But I am noticing. I think I am getting less vapes. So,
You
eh.
had your chance. Flee. Healing prayer.
Okay, well, I got a vape there. Oh, okay, I think I might have just been noticing because like waves were spawning or whatever.
Strike is one.
I think there also is a slight issue in this team potentially of Yunjin and Candace already have a problem that I have known about on this account. Wherein like it's interesting. I don't know. This team is interesting because like right. You're getting less damage numbers, but potentially more of them. But the question is, like, how many more normal attacks are you getting with the attack speed buff? And how is that contributing to your damage increase? It's something that will take, like, more proper testing over time. But genuinely, this might be one of the better uses for Mika.
Strike is one.
Like, it feels pretty good. Like I definitely feel the attack speed increase. So I don't know. It feels good, and I just don't know how much it's actually that relevant. It did feel like we were vaping less, but again, that just might have been like setup issues with the situation here. And obviously, I could level it up a tiny bit more for like 2% more attack speed. That's not that relevant. But yeah, how long does his attack speed buff last for is the question, because yeah, it's 12 seconds. That's what I thought. So a problem that Yunjin and Candace have is both Yunjin's and Candace. So Candace's Hydro Infusion, and this means her C6, her application, lasts 12 seconds. Yunjin buff lasts 12 seconds. Yeah, it's 12 seconds. And then he also lasts 12 seconds. So all of them last 12 seconds. So like, it's like, okay, which buff do I want to run out of first? Generally speaking, I want to run out of Hydro application last. So Candace is, right before Arlecchino to keep that up the most. And it's like, okay, do I want to lose Yunjin's buff or Mika's buff first? And honestly, because of the fact that Yunjin's relative value went down in this team, I'd maybe just remove Yunjin in this team too. But, there's options. Point is, it's actually interesting to play with Mika here just for the value of like, hey, attacking faster can be a nice thing feel-wise. I don't know. It's interesting. So, yeah, this is Polearms Only. I don't have Mona. Now try Mika using actual artifacts. The only difference is an attack buff. There's no functional difference. Like Mika would buff attack a little bit or buff EM, right? Like I know I could get bigger damage. The damage wasn't what I was really testing. I was trying to test the feel. So that's something I'm gonna have to play with more and compare it to like the Zhongli variation and whatever, and whatnot. But it's an interesting option. Ultimately, is it going to be my default choice? I don't know. It's an interesting option. So whoever suggested that in my comments a while ago, thank you for the suggestion, because I hadn't actually considered it before. It's something worth trying, and it might actually give some amount of value to Mika that I appreciate. And I'll work on the reason I don't like equipping him is because I don't think I have enough noblesse pieces to properly equip him. I mean, I guess I could leave him on instructors. And instructors should work fine in this team because do Arlecchino E into hit his E, and then he will trigger melt. But well, no, instructor's buff only lasts 8 seconds, so that may actually make I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Right. Anyways, I have some amount of artifacts I can give him. Not that piece probably, but it wouldn't change the team that much fundamentally. And I was testing fielder more than anything. Okay. All right. I think, or no, we gotta test melt. Okay. Yeah, I could try Rosaria instead of Yunjin. That would be an option for some like crowd control. The only problem is like Rosaria would start stealing like Candace doesn't apply that much hydro, right? Like Candace applies like just enough hydro basically for Arlecchino to vape consistently, And if you add in any other teammate that's going to start stealing hydro from her, like it's a problem. And like Mika is a situation he doesn't really apply any cryo, so he doesn't steal. It's a situation of like Mika has upside in not applying cryo because he doesn't steal hydro aura that could have been used to vape on Arlecchino, right? Whereas Rosaria would, but maybe the crowd control value is worth it, and maybe it would enable enough melts either on Rosaria or Arlecchino in turn to be worthwhile still. So it's a worthwhile consideration. It has its own upsides, but yeah, you get the point. All right. Yeah. Let's clear her bond. Okay, and again, I'm probably not going to play this team properly and like trying to use multiple skills. I just want to see the Arlecchino damage increase specifically. So again, when Arlecchino was not triggering melts here, she was triggering like the 50k range, I think, before in this team. Freaking goddamn it. In the 50k range before, and now I suspect she's gonna hit a bit higher. God, she's still not in the first slot. Frick. Yeah. So this is a bit higher. Right, she was in the 40 to 50k range, and now she's hitting the 50, 60k, it looks like, right? And again, should use multiple skills mostly, probably, for Rosaria and you, but I didn't, whatever. When we are triggering melt, we're getting like 130k. Yep, pretty good. Nothing insane. Yeah, not necessarily the ideal way to play this team, but when we activate C2, there'll be more to mess around with in the vein of, let's do this. God, I keep on, I'm used to having her on slot 1, and I really need to swap her to slot 1 here. Okay. Okay, well, that was dumb. Yeah, okay. Again, a decent, noticeable increase, nothing unexpected. Yeah, C1 is relatively simple. It's a strong C1. There's a nice 150k melt. I don't know why I did charge that guy, that was dumb. Yeah, I still think the Xiangling variation would be better, but it's still good. It's still enjoyable play, right? Rosaria, Mika, Arlecchino, Candace. Again, Rosaria would interfere with, maybe not again, maybe that's the same comment, I don't know. Rosaria would interfere with Candace's Hydra application. It might not be bad, it would just be a weird dynamic. So it'd just be more of a reaction mess team. Just forgot that was an Arlecchino team. I thought this was Rosaria with C6 Bennett. No. I thought you were. You thought I was Rosaria with C6 Bennett. You thought you were Rosaria? Anyways. Yeah, so yeah, this is kind of a test. This is one of the better test areas they've basically made in the game. So, you know, compared to like local legends, they're much less annoying to deal with. They still have like knockback and whatever. I still would ideally have like this arena, but with enemies that didn't get knocked back as much. Like the heavier, actually no, the heavy bishops I think have the same knockback. But anyways, whatever. It's still good, and I very much am glad to have this area. So anyways, let's go refill energy on these characters real quick. And then we'll activate C2, and C2 is probably what we're going to have to spend the most time testing, other than like just doing fun nuke setups with C6. Alright, we can clear her bond. Alright. Okay, yeah, so C2, what do we test first? We'll get out of combat. Just to make sure, wouldn't it be better not to spend time on Zhongli's burst animation? Yeah, I know. I'm used to using Zhongli's burst animation with Shinhan and Rosaria, and this was partly habit. Also, let's switch her to slot 1, so I stopped doing that. It's partly habit, and it's partly, I was trying to, like, freeze to be able to try to make sure I, trigger multiple melts at a time, kind of thing. like Zhongli's burst has interesting value with Arlecchino because right, her AOE is not like it's significant. Like she has meaningfully better AOE than someone like Hu Tao, right? But it's small enough and like focused enough in an area like her first normal attack, for example, is generally speaking not going to hit multiple enemies. But like her second normal attack can, and her third one can, and then her fourth one is the more proper, just like AoE around her, and so is her sixth one. So some of her normal attacks, if you really want to hit multiple enemies, really want enemies like grouped tightly together. So particularly in situations, let's say if you're doing like, you know, you're using, I think it was I don't know, this might not have been the combo, but point is you can like get enemies if they're stuck together. You can try to like use your burst to make sure that enemies stay together for a few seconds, enough for you to get some AoE damage out on Arlecchino. That the burst damage from Zhongli is not necessarily worth it, but you indirectly increase team DPS by nature of being able to hit multiple enemies at once with them being frozen, when you otherwise might not have because they got spread apart for whatever reason. So, anyways. I mean, the charge attack has good AoE, but the charge attack is not benefiting from Arlecchino's buff. So you actually oftentimes want to charge attack cancel even. And like charge attack canceling is something we might actually have to do to be able to do like melt setups with C2, for example. So we're going to have to mess with that and see what happens. So she can't play without Zhongli. I wasn't saying that. How was I saying she can't play without Zhongli? A lot of people will want to play her with Zhongli. No, she can absolutely play perfectly fine without Zhongli. I like her a lot without Zhongli. I was saying Zhongli's burst is actually useful to use in conjunction with Arlecchino in some cases, in AoE situations, because you can use it to increase her AoE damage output. So, anyways. And that's cool because normally Zhongli's burst and oftentimes just does not have that much value to use. So, does it actually make sense to use as much as I was using there? I don't know. It's really still contextual, versus like the Zhongli variation has so much like flexibility and free time that I definitely can use it. Whereas in this team it's a little bit more iffy. The point is there is some value, and that's the idea I was going with and why I'm still trying it. But also again, it is a little bit of habit with me being used to using this team with Zhongli. Okay, so let's go back to the Shivers team. Okay. Yes, you do. Yes, with her signature weapon, you do have to finish the charge attack because the charge attack has to hit, which is part of the weirdness. Like, to be clear, if I have to cancel a charge attack, to make sure like the pyro application from the charge attack does not like eat a melt that could have been used to trigger her C2, like that's what I'll have to do. Like losing the bond of life from her weapon is less of a DPS loss than not triggering Vape or Melt on her C2 900% multiplier would be, right? So like with her C2 in particular, I think there are times where I will have to potentially cancel her charge attack, either through a jump cancel or a dash cancel. But yes, her it's a weird downside to her signature weapon is that the charge attack has to connect to be able to get the bond of life from it. So anyways, what is my fave team this far? On Polearms Only? I don't know. I mean, I've been using the Overload team the most just because it's the most like brainless, no nonsense, do good damage team. Because honestly, Shivers teams just are the closest to like what Shivers teams are on normal accounts. Is kind of why. But as far as my favorite one that like I was hoping would feel good before her release and does feel pretty good is Arlecchino Vape with Candace. Does work pretty well. I'm still not 100% settled that I want to do like Zhongli Yunjin as the ideal teammates. Like genuinely, because Yunjin's relative buff value is not that high, especially with C1 Arlecchino, it might make more sense to do this now. And just like have Zhongli for just keep alive and res shred from his shield, put Mika on Noblesse and then for the attack speed buff, and yeah, I don't know, right? But some variation of Vape Arlecchino with Candace is probably my favorite one. Like I've been enjoying Vape Arlecchino with Candace also the most on my main account too. Like I really like Candace. The fact that Candace C6 like now has a like genuinely very like meta, very very good use of her that she can be uniquely be best. It's still contextual because Genshin's contextual. Is fantastic to me. I really love it. So anyways, but Overload is the one that feels the nicest, brainless, feel good one to play. right? Is what I would say. So, anywho's, enough delaying. Let's activate our C2. I don't think there's anything I need to test with C1. It's relatively simple. Blam. C2. Let's start with Shivers. You need to go get your burst again. Wish I had her C6, only C2. I think he'll be fine with just C2. If you're at an investment level where you can get C2, you're probably fine. Her C6 is gonna be like fun for doing some nuke stuff in this stream, for example, and like, but oftentimes it's very likely I will just end up, you know, removing her circlet or whatever to balance out her C6 DPS increase. Okay. Wait, does she have any bond? No. Okay, good. Alright, so C2 is not going to be a DPS increase, of course, for normal attacks. But it will be, of course, we will see. So the C2, just for anyone that's not aware, so it does two things. One, you don't have to do her skill and then let it cook anymore. I can just do her skill immediately in charge attack. I still think most rotations it's going to make sense to do her skill first, though. Because, like, just as an example, in teams like this, before you do Chevreuse' skill, to get the attack buff from Chevreuse, you have to trigger overload first, right? So, do I have to do that with Arlecchino? Not necessarily. But I can just do Arlecchino E into Raiden E into Chevreuse, get Chevreuse' 30-second buff going, and then use Toma after, because Toma has shorter duration stuff. Use Toma last before switching to Arlecchino, and then, bam, start going with Arlecchino. And the other reason to do that is because she still has a 30-second, like, C2, despite making the cooking not be necessary, she still has a 30% DPS increase, right? Also, oh yeah, C2 also increases her elemental and physical resistance. I forgot about that part. So she's even more tanky with C2, which is interesting. Yeah, right. The point is, the cooking aspect is, I think, not that relevant. But there is potential shenanigans, and I will test this in particular with this Chevreuse team here. Shimenawa's is a thing you can actually use with C2 Arlecchino. The problem with Shimenawa's with C2 Arlecchino is Shimenawa's only buffs normal charge plunging damage. Shimenawa's does not buff her C2 damage, right? And so, like, Arlecchino's signature artifacts, for example, which I have like 0 of, the ones that give you just damage bonus for Bond of Life changing, are going to be better with her C2, like better at increasing her C2 damage, because they do increase her C2 damage, whereas Shimenawa's does not. So C2 simultaneously enables Shimenawa's to, like, Shimenawa's is a bad artifact set for her. Don't use 4B Shimenawa's with a non-C2 Arlecchino. So, anyways, we'll test out Shimenawa's on her, but it's just a weird thing of, like, 4P Shimenawa's is going to be worse for her C2 damage, but better for her normal attack damage with C2 Arlecchino. Is kind of the idea. That's I think the main benefit I can think of using it. But again, the cooldown issue is, like, by not doing skill into swap to other, by not doing Arlecchino skill into swap to other units, we're functionally adding additional cooldown onto her skill, which might make rotations just worse and make it so that you need to do skill, let it cook anyways, right? So we'll see. We'll try both here. We'll try normal Arlecchino rotation, just now with C2 damage, and then we'll try Arlecchino without letting it cook rotation, because it doesn't have to cook anymore. Point is, I think C2 doesn't really change most of the time. I think most of the time you will still want to just let it cook for the cooldown. Oh my god dang it, frick. Okay, no. I just swapped the Toma and lost his burst, which is not irrelevant. It's a 20% attack buff. God freaking dang it. Need to do things properly. It should be fine. We'll get his burst back. Leave me alone. Alright, so Arlecchino into Raiden, into Chivreuse, into Toma. Go away! Alright. Don't actually have to Shepherd's Burst there. I didn't see the... Okay. I have no idea what the C2 hit got. I didn't see it.
Transfixed. Illusion shattered.
Wait, do this first. No.
Fire it up. Here's back.
I didn't absorb any dues from them because they died. All right. Okay. Let's see here for a second. I want to see what the C2 trigger looks like. Oh, okay. I saw it. It was the 126k right there. It's like a little slash that occurs over her thing. Okay. I'm not properly testing this now because I just wanted to see. I'll do this again. Don't worry. Yeah.
Overruled. Justice will prevail. Final. There is no escape.
Check this out. I got you covered.
This mostly feels the same as C1, to be honest, in this team. Which is not that surprising. Having an additional 9% multiplier is probably a lot more relevant when you're triggering a reaction on it. Right? Like, to be clear, it's an additional instance of like 100k damage we saw in this team. It's not irrelevant, but at the same time,
Illusion shattered.
it's not that relevant in this specific team.
Drop your weapons.
I think it does give her a little bit more flexibility for just playing worse, like, because Arlecchino has some like nuance and like you gotta be smart with how you play her a little bit. So I'll try to play a little bit better here and not take the pauses that I did before. So, anyways, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel that relevant in this specific team, right? So I do have tenacity on Raiden, by the way, but this trigger's off field. So, you know, and Raiden's skill lasts so long that the ideal rotation should be, you know, if the cooldown, we'll test next if the cooldown matters, actually. I should have tested that during that, I forgot. I'll try start the rotation with, without, no, I don't know, it still makes sense to let it cook, though, because, like, we're not gonna, right, if I do this into absorb, right, you only get 76k versus, whatever. So yeah, I don't know. I think with the cooldown in conjunction, like, I don't think it really makes sense to absorb it right away, right? So the value of the cooking being immediate is mostly just to open up her, like, you know, a new wave spawns and I can just like go more brainless with her is what it kind of feels like to me. The value of the no cooking is. It's valuable for overworld, and it's valuable for more brainless. And depending on how, like, situation, it might end up resulting in you having a little bit more carryover bond of life in some instances. I don't know. So yeah, in this team it really doesn't feel that relevant. But it probably will feel relevant with her other teams, with like Vape and Melt setups, right? So let's I'm gonna do this one more time with this team. Actually, no, I'm gonna do this one more time with this team, but since we're not using our burst, let's do Shimenawa's, because Shimenawa's gives an actual reason to not do the cooking, right? Let's see, we'll use that one. Actually, no, that one might be better. Well, is it better? I don't know. This one might be better, actually, as far as overall DPS. Try that. I don't think I have the greatest attack percent timepiece. Yeah, it has a bunch of ER, which is not that relevant for her. Oh well. It's the best I got. I don't have that insane of Shimenawa's pieces. I don't have an attack percent goblet in Shimenawa's, do I? No. Okay, that's fine. And then crit damage circlet. Attack percent Zerglet actually might be interesting to test out, but we're just going to do normal Shimenawa's crit build, so, you know, a little bit less crit damage on Shimenawa's here, but I have, you know, the for her normal damage, the damage bonus should be a lot better than the 2% attack, 2% attack, right? So, yeah, it should be a pretty decent built. I think Thomas should be fine. Yeah, we'll see how this goes, and I'm gonna try to kill as many bishops as possible here, because this is something you can't really do Shimenawas on her without, and this would force you to do a rotation where I don't use her. I don't use. Yes. I don't use Arlecchino until I use other characters.
There is no escape.
It's like a normal style rotation. Oh my god. Okay. Oh god, it's so weird. Not used to doing that. I'm used to, like, as soon as I swapped Arlecchino, do a normal attack, right? Or do a charge attack. I can already tell. Oh frick, man, habits are hard to break. Oh boy. Okay, I can already tell you, I'm not gonna stick to this. This is a hard. I do not like having to think about the Shimenawa's buffed. All right, get rid of her bond. Try this again. Oh frick, this is a hard habit to break. Of like, immediately I'm like, I want to do a charge attack when I swap into her. Wait, no, I need to E and then charge attack after swapping into her in this case. Oh, it's so weird. It's so weird. C2 feels like a mid-rotation convenience. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking too. I don't think I'm going to do really anything to that meaningfully abuse it. Alright, doing that to make sure we trigger overloads. Alright, man, I should have bursted first, but frick, oh my god, habits, man. It's not even that much higher than the 2-piece attack build, to be honest. I mean, I have less crit damage, but it's not so much less crit damage that I feel like it should be that noticeable. Alright, I probably should have done Shivers first, but it's fine. Oh, frick, I did it again. Wait, we're getting a bit higher normal attack damage, but, like, it's not high enough to agree that it feels that relevant, right? And if I had a 4-piece Gladiators set to compare this against, right, I don't know. Oh, frick, I did. God, it's so hard to break that habit of immediately charge attack when you swap into her. Yeah, I don't think this is good enough for me to bother. Not with the annoyance of having to think about it. I can probably swap out earlier than I am swapping out, by the way. I can swap out at the, like, brain. Frick, jeez, it's so hard to, like, just not immediately do a charge attack after coming in the field there. No, I didn't hit anything. I did it. Oh my god, I haven't done it once properly. I keep on doing a charge attack before a 2 or E. Okay, I could obviously kill more Vishaps with that. But it just feels clunkier. It just feels clunky to do that. I don't know. I might mess around with it more off when I'm not streaming, but I can't recommend. To be completely honest. Although, you know what, for shenanigans, we're gonna try this, and that might seem weird because it's particularly because we're losing a lot of crit rate too. But I am curious what will happen here real quick. So we just gained like 600 attack, lost a bunch of crit damage, lost a little bit of crit rate. Like 7% crit rate, which is not that little, but it's fine. Hey, I did it right for once. Let's go. Okay, attack percent circlet is not better. This attack percent circlet is not better. I think we got 120k, and of course we have worse crit rates, so 120k with worse crit rate is less than 130k with better crit rate as far as average damage goes. But those were testing. In particular, the notable thing that's interesting though, that was close enough that I think with C6 activated, an attack percent circlet might become better than a crit circlet, which is funny. I don't know how good of an attack percent circlet do I have in this account. Is this the best attack circlet I have? That one's, so it's a similar crit value, just with more ER. I mean, these are basically the same, just more crit rate versus more crit damage. Yep, that is the best. That's the best attack circlet. But I don't know. I'm definitely gonna keep an eye out for attack circlets on her set. So, anyways, I don't know. That feels clunky. It feels clunky. Is her C2 effect an AOE effect? Yeah, it looked like it was visually. It's hard to see kind of with all the other mess going on, but it looked like it was visually like in front of her, in a relatively wide AOE. Yes, this is Pyro Goblet. I actually could have swapped to. We can check that quick actually too. This should be better actually, because we have so much damage bonus, in particular with Shimenawa's. I forgot. I was using the Pyro Goblet because one, it's a good Pyro Goblet, but two, it's very. It was an onset goblet with the two piece combos, right? But I do have a very good attack percent goblet, so using attack percent goblet back to the crit circlet, a little bit less crit rate again. This probably will be better than the Pyro Goblet, I suspect. I need to clear her bond, I think. Yeah.
Witness my there is no escape. Stop right there.
Oh frick. Oh frick. I need to restart. Because I needed to. The reason I need to restart is because I needed to trigger overload with Chevreuse before using her E. Otherwise, I don't get the attack buff. So, yeah. It's fine. It's fine. Redo. Alright, this is the simplest team to test out C2, by the way, because we're not actually trying to trigger the C2 on anything meaningfully. We're just trying to muck with the cooking shenanigans.
You asked for it.
Supporting fire. Don't get too close.
Lake bear.
Oh, it's not better. Interesting. I expected it to be better. I expected with the damage bonus from Shimenawa's, damage bonus from her passive, and the damage bonus from... Interesting.
Overruled. Shine down.
I guess I just might have enough attack buffs going on in this team that it just wasn't that relevant. It was, I mean, it's very close, to be clear. It's still very close, right? We've got like 120k on the one normal attack versus like the 130k we were getting before. But that's still worse than the Pyro Goblet. And I have more crit damage. I have slightly more crit damage too in this case, right? It's close enough that I would still consider Pyro Goblet and I would still consider Pyro Goblet and Attack Goblet to be functionally equivalent, but I thought with the extra damage bonus from Shimenawa's in particular here, that would be the difference maker to tide over Attack Goblet to being like noticeably better, but it was still just kind of noticeably basically the same. So, you know, yeah. Anywho's, yeah, Shimenawa's feels clunky. That's what I can say. Is there still a compelling reason to use it potentially? Yes. But I don't know if I like it versus just not having to like being that C2 kind of feels like it's more relevant for mid rotation comfort, and the fact that one thing that like would really suck is like not having Arlecchino's, since she can't get healed anywhere else, right? And I'm oftentimes like not playing her with Zhongli potentially, like this team for example. The only way to heal her if I need to heal her is her burst, and like if I don't have her burst up because of Shimenawa's, that's gonna be annoying. She does generate a lot of particles, so a lot of times I think she still will have her burst up, so it's probably not a problem, but like, I don't know. It just like forces you to rotate in it. Like I think the problem fundamentally here is basically like one of Arlecchino's really nice things is like how flexible she feels to play in general. Let's remove her bond. And like she feels so nice and flexible to play in general that Shimenawa's removing some of that flexibility doesn't feel that great to me. Is kind of the vibe I got. So, yeah, as far as C2 enabling Shimenawa's goes, I can't really say it's that relevant. And if you're trying to like actually see a big number from her C2, you're probably going to have even more motivation to farm for her signature artifacts, chances are. And I think that makes more sense. It gives more damage bonus than Shimenawa's does anyways. The only thing weird with her signature artifacts is it does take time to build up, which actually means her C2, like if you have her signature artifacts, her and her signature weapon, because her C2 damage bonus to get the max 3 stacks, you have to have Bond of Life increasing or decreasing. Which, how do you get that to get 3 stacks for C2? If you're not using her burst, you're basically doing E into, you know, whether you let it cook or whether you do E swap off field or do E right after swapping on field, doesn't matter. You're only getting you're getting an increase in Bond of Life, and then you do as soon as you do a charge attack. So it's only got 1 stack, right? If you're just doing E into charge attack, you only get 1 stack for the C2 on her artifact set, but that's still technically more damage bonus for her C2 than 4P Shimenawa's gives, right? So, like, I don't know. Point is, I think if you have her C2, you probably want to farm her signature artifacts more, even if her C2 doesn't always get that much benefit from it. It still will be more than Shimenawa's, and it won't be clunky rotation-wise. It won't force you to rotate in a particular way. So, yeah. I can't say I'm that much of a fan of the clunkiness of Shimenawa's. That's my current feeling. And I like using her burst too, so, you know, there's that aspect. I'm just going to switch back to my two-piece combo. But again, that's one of those things I'll probably have to mess with more on my lonesome, is my thinking. Because it genuinely might be very relevant to do that. This piece. Alright, there we go. Back to the two-piece. There we go. Okay. Oh yeah, signature weapon. That's fair. I mentioned it, but I forgot to mention. So yeah, I guess if you have her signature weapon and you do a charge attack, that does get 2 stacks on her signature artifacts. So again, and if you have C2, it's probably relatively like you have her signature weapon. Not guaranteed, because, you know, if you're trying to be like a responsible but irresponsible by like getting the unnecessary constellations just for the fun of it, it's very likely it's possible someone might have stopped at C2 R0, right? But I still think chances are if someone has C2, the chance they have the weapon is a lot higher, right? So, you know, that would be 2 stacks, right? Which again pushes you towards using these artifact sets with their C2. So, anywho's, 4-piece echoes works. Yes, yeah, I know. Okay, fine. Here, I do technically have 4-piece echoes, but like, my 4-piece echoes is not amazing. So because it's not that bad, like, I just don't like the ping dependence, and it gives you a flat damage buff. So again, it's like Yunjin, where the relative value, I think, now that I have C1, is actually even lower. And I don't know, it's also weird to like mentally math out how much this is beneficial, because it adds the additional damage on, like, it has a chance of triggering, and then it adds the bonus damage on like the next attack, and then it like restarts the chance to trigger. So it's not like a consistent damage increase. It's just, and occasionally you will see higher normal attack damage. So I don't know, here, since we're testing artifacts, may as well show 4-piece echoes quick, since I do have it. Let's do that first, because there's no reason not to. Can I? What? I swear to God, I was trying to switch my character. What just happened there? I know she got hit, and then her health was getting drained, but I couldn't switch. What the frick? Okay. Yeah, good lord. Good lord. Yeah, it turns out constellations don't prevent stupidity. It's fine. But yeah, my current feeling, without having tested C2, with like the reaction status wherein like you'll feel more noticeable difference of having the C2 900% multiplier, I think C1 is realistically, if you're going to go higher investment for Arlecchino, C1 R0 is probably the healthy stopping point, is my kind of feeling right now. Crimson set? Oh, freaking... Is Crimson even relevant for the Overload team? Crimson might be relevant for the other teams, but like, I don't know. This is Crimson weird. Crimson is better with C2 though as well. So, but again. Okay, there we go. right? Like, we're...
Lay bare. There is no escape. Drop your weapons. Witness my
Just want to do that to Munson again.
overruled.
Here's backup.
Like, I think that was 148k from her C2, not from her normal attack. Right, like... we're seeing instances of normal attacks that are doing more damage than my 2-piece, but I think the... I think the average damage on 4-piece echoes is worse. I think. I'm not 100% sure, but...
Check this out. Support fire.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's quite a bit worse. Like, it's not crazily worse, but it feels like there's not that much gain to 4-piece echoes, right? And 4-piece echoes, again, doesn't benefit her C2, so like... It does have the benefit of not being Shimoneless, not being clunky. But I don't know if there's any, like, meaningful advantage, right? That's what it currently feels like to me, but I don't know. It's close enough that, like, I don't know. Again, if you have 4-piece echoes, and, you know, you're like me and you have less than 100 ping, generally speaking, it's worth considering if you just have those spare artifacts, right? Sometimes you, like on my main account, for example, I would consider putting 4-piece echoes on her if I had it, because then I can just put the gladiators pieces that I'm using on her on my main account. I can give those gladiator pieces, like the feather I have on her on my main account, is a feather I normally was using on Yai Miko, and it's something that I use on Yai Miko for my best Yai build possible. So like you might need, like, if you have echoes because you farmed a bunch for shower or something, right? It's worth considering. It's obviously not bad. I don't know. It's just kind of whatever. And it's weird and it's ping dependent. If you have over 100 milliseconds of ping, it ceases to function, from my understanding. So, you know, the 4-piece bonus, obviously the 2-piece is fine. No, basically. Like, you know what? For funnies, for comparison, let's do the burning set compared to 4-piece echoes. Now this is the burning set without having the burning reaction going on, right? So this is functionally 2-piece no piece, right? And that's my point. Is how is 2-piece no piece compared to 4-piece echoes?
Transfixed. There is no escape.
Check this out. Support fire.
What? I'm not on Arlecchino. God, I was very confused there. Wow, gee, it feels basically the same. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like echoes most of the time feels like it's just doing the 2-piece no piece. So yeah, I don't know, right? Like, anywho's, yep. Oh yes, and to emphasize, like, I think with what I said before, I think no constellations are necessary. But if you really like her, right, I think C1 is the current vibe I'm getting is C1 is the healthiest stopping point. All right, let's switch back to the 2-piece, and then let's try the Vape team. Actually, wait, we got to do. Let's switch back to 2-piece, and then switch to the EM timepiece quick. Correct? Yes, it's correct. Okay. And so 2-piece, EM timepiece. We're gonna fight Vivian in this team. See what we can get C2 to Vape for in this. Again, Heal of Dreams probably get better, a bigger damage on Vivian, but it's fine. Again, we're comparing to what was before, not trying to get maximum damage possible. Yeah, Echoes doesn't work on 100 milliseconds plus. Yeah, that's what I was saying with the ping dependence. If you have 100 milliseconds of ping, it just doesn't work. So, and at the same time, it basically felt like nothing there. So I don't think Echoes is relevant. Okay. Hello. In case you didn't notice what happened there, I accidentally tapped on Jefferson's E instead of held. I'm pretty sure you have to hold to do the overcharge ball. Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you have to hold. So, oopsies. And if you don't do the overcharge shot, you don't get the attack buff. Oh frick! You don't have. You're on cooldown. Oh, okay, whatever. No, it doesn't matter because it'll be back. It'll be it.
I got you covered.
Overruled.
There's 150k in her thing. I mean, it's about what we expected. Notably, one thing I didn't really show yet, by the way, was okay, let me get energy back.
Fire it up.
Don't kill me. Yep, that was the C2 there. Okay. What am I doing? Just go get energy back on the crabs. One thing I want to show actually, because you can trigger C2 twice in a row, I think, right? Because you could do E charge attack, trigger C2, burst, E charge attack, get another C2. No, sorry, that doesn't work because never mind. That doesn't work because C2 says it can only be triggered once every 10 seconds. I lied. All right, never mind. I thought you could do some fun tech with C2, but I forgot Mihoyo Fate's fun. My bad. Poke. So yeah, C2 is fine. There was an additional instance of like 150k vape damage. Wow. What a surprise, right? Just tried your current team comp on your account. It's so strong, even with pretty low investment. Yeah. My favorite Chevrolet team, I think, on my main account is actually doing Chevrolet Arlecchino official Yai, and the idea is to with Chevrolet on a maximized buffing build with 40% attack. The idea is just to like have 2 off-field units on top of the on-fielder. Even though Yai's field time requirement's a little bit weirdly awkward a bit, but it still has just like dynamic flow to it that I think feels pretty good. The idea is, right, Chevrolet gives a 40% attack buff to all teammates, and the res shred to all teammates, right? So maximize Chevrolet's buff value. 40% attack to 3 teammates is kind of the equivalent of like Bennett's buff is to an on-fielder is 120% attack equivalent with Aquila, which is what I have on my main account. So it's more like 100%. So 100% I'd say for like most people is like an invested Bennett's attack buff equivalent. Depends a little bit, context. Versus Chevrolet, if she's buffing 3 DPS units that all like attack, is giving 40% attack, that's 120% attack total, right? So I really like triple DPS setup, but it's also a much more fragile version of a Chevrolet team. This has the benefit of, having Toma for a little bit of shielding. You also have the option of like Beto, who can be a little bit better in some ways.
Something you wish to report?
Let's try the...
You have my...
We're gonna try the Vape side of the Vape team first. And you know what? We'll be spicy with it. We'll see if we can configure Mika.
All right. Everything's ready.
Because I think Yunjin is just... Oh, okay. No. Wait, we're not gonna do Mika yet. Just because, again, for point of comparison, Yunjin is not doing nothing. But Mika, I think, genuinely might be more relevant than Yunjin here. Let's go. We'll see. The goal here is to obviously see her C2 vape, and the issue that might happen is that C2's vape, I think, shouldn't be that hard to get with consistency, but C2 vaping might make it a lot more annoying to be able to vape Arlecchino's follow-up attacks, because it might cause there to be an imbalance in the amount of hydro Candace is applying relative to the pyro Arlecchino's applying, right? So we shall see. So I'm just going to play this normally. Yes, we have C6 Arlecchino. I'm testing the constellations now. I'm just going to play this normally. I swear to you, I pressed 4 to switch to Arlecchino. I was trying to watch if her hit Vape. Did it Vape? I couldn't tell. It was hard. Okay.
Laid bare.
Try this again.
Strike is one. Unleash.
I can't tell if it vaped. Frick. I feel like it didn't vape. Did it not even vape? Okay, I'm gonna need to go check against a less movie enemy. Okay, let's keep things. I'm gonna wait for the aura to expire. Do this.
Transfixed.
Do this. I am blind as a bat. It's so hard to tell if it vapes. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try to. It was like getting 150k, right? It had to be vaping. It had to be vaping. Okay. Okay. Let's get through this wave. Oh, well, the timer's gonna end. Never mind. Okay. Let the timer end. I'm gonna try to we can test this easily, right? And make sure the damage was correct. Because I was seeing 150k, I think, from her C2 hit. My brain could not read vaporize in the moment. I can test this very easily though, just by charge attack canceling, and seeing if it gets a similar-ish amount of damage. It'd be slightly less, but anyways.
Stabilize.
We shall prevent.
Yep, 157k. Okay. Yep. 150k vape. Okay, so that's what to expect. That's what to expect here. So the question is then, so I'm just gonna play normally again here, and I'm gonna see if I have to. Here, let's hear her bond. I think I might have had a little bit higher bond than normal. That's why that might have been 157k versus like the 140, 150 I was seeing before. But I was vaping it, and I wasn't having to do anything that special. But the problem then is, can I continue to vape her follow-up normal attacks? Because normally you can with Candace C6. But no, yeah, the 140k was definitely not the charge attack. But that's what I was going to double check and whatever. Okay, start challenge. So I'm going to play like normal again, not going to charge attack cancel. And I'm going to see... We're going to see if we start vaping on her normal attacks or not. That's the key thing to watch out for here. Okay, the problem is, though, they're dying too quick. Really? I forgot they could freeze here. Okay, we need to go to a tankier single target enemy to test this team. They die too. This is a good test for like multi-wave setups and AoE damage, which this team can get like meaningful AoE vape damage. But these things die too quick for me to actually see vapes on the follow-up normal attacks. And again, Candace does have the flexibility, which what I did there was I swapped to Candace, swapped back to Arlecchino to get the Hydra application to continue vaping with the new wave that spawned. But it's not what I ideally... That's not what's going to always happen, right? But that's what's going to consistently happen there because they're too squishy. Yes, this is a Polearms Only account. Yes, we have our C6. We are activating and testing all of our constellations now. I do have to continue grinding a little bit, but I'll probably just do it off stream to go into Prima Gem debt. Also, speaking of, I should use these because of the 1960 that someone bought me, but that'll be easy enough to do. Why do you not go Raiden, Toma, Shivers, Arle? Because I don't think it feels any better, and like I think it just makes it more awkward to figure out her like what I usually watch for when to end a Arlecchino normal attacks is I watch for her cooldown being done, right? And like, yes, you don't have to do E into other units, but what is the benefit of not doing, like, if there's no benefit to doing EQ in the start of her rotation, I don't know. Like, and there's also benefit to doing E for your other units at the start of her rotation to like give particles to your other teammates too, and which is like relevant for Toma in particular in that team. And I don't know, like, it's not like it can't work. You can make it work, but the difference is like I would need to watch for her skill cooldown being at probably like 5 or 6 seconds and then ending the rotation, right? Because then by the time I get back to Arlecchino, her skill will be back. I don't know. I think like it doesn't really make a difference, right? It does give greater flexibility if I need to do particular styles of setups for like swirling or whatever, but that's not really a concern in this account. So it just like doesn't matter. And I don't know. I don't get why I would need to, so I don't know. I might be misconstruing something in my own brain, to be clear. So, you know, feel free to correct me and outline it in the comments of this video or something. Not in the live chat, like, so I can actually have a record of seeing it. Anyways, let's
The tea can wait.
see how this goes. Alright, I'm probably gonna try to freeze him with this, because he's an annoying little... Oh, wait, you know what? Okay, Zhongli is actually a problem here because of... okay. I screwed up there. I shouldn't have... I Zhongli bursted to keep him, like, doing that, for example. But I shouldn't have done that because the Geo application from his burst overwrote the Hydro. So, that I knew in the moment that I did it was dumb. So, it's fine. Now I just get to walk again. So after exploration, what's an ideal way to get primos not totally screwed? Totally not screwed currently. I mean, there's the TCG if you haven't done it, but that's like probably a 10 pull, or I think it's only like 800 wishes. 800 wishes. I wish 800 primos. There's the gift sets in the teapot if you haven't done those. Those are tedious though and take like a meaningful amount of time. So if you haven't like stockpiled teapot resources, it would be hard to instantly get those. And then there's story quests, right? Like exploration, I consider story quests kind of like part of the exploration primogems, but yeah. Most of the free primogems in the game, I'd say, are loaded into oh, I need to clear her bond. Are loaded into story quests and exploration, right? So if you've exhausted story quests and the exploration, there's not that many. So, anyways, let's not use Zhongli Burst this time and just hope that my boy is not a butthole. Where does this pillar go, by the way? Oh god. Yep, okay. See, this is exactly the issue I thought would happen with her C2. The C2 eats the initial Hydro Aura. Yep, okay. So the C2, I should place a waypoint down here. Get him out of combat. The C2 eats the initial Hydro Aura. And that's like, yay, good, the C2 vapes, right? But the problem with that is that it then screws up the balance for being able to vape her normal attacks. That's what happened there, basically. Okay, I just want to burst on Arlecchino. God dang it. Okay. Alright. Get away from me. I'm gonna go put a waypoint right by him. Yeah, so yeah, what you just mentioned, Kami Psycho, Kami Psycho, is what I was actually just gonna mention. Thank you for reminding me though. We're gonna charge attack cancel, right? So instead of letting her charge attack connect, because the charge attack connecting is getting a vape as well. So what's happening is they're doing a charge attack. The charge attack with its low multiplier that isn't buffed by her bond or anything, is getting a vape, and then the second vape is her C2 triggering. And then I don't have any Hydro Aura on the enemy until Candace's C6 triggers. So the two methods I can think of dealing with this is the primary method is probably just a charge attack cancel, which means her charge attack is not going to connect, which means we're not getting the bond of life from her weapon, which is, I think, fine. That's just a perfectly fine sacrifice. But we can also still try to get the bond of life from her weapon by doing something weird, like when we start a rotation, we can start a rotation with doing a charge attack that's doing physical damage, right? And then do her E, and then slot to the Zhongli, Yunjin, Candace, and because that will get the bond of life from just doing a physical damage charge attack. We don't have to have the mark on them to get the bond of life from her signature. So that's what I think I'm gonna try. It's kind of awkward. So we're gonna do a charge attack, then E, then Zhongli, into Yunjin, Candace, and then still doing the cancel. Actually, no. No. So we still have to do the cancel. Yes. The cancel is going to be necessary. The idea is, though, try to get the bond of life from her signature and do the cancel, which is a dash cancel or a jump cancel. Okay, see if I can do this properly.
The tea can wait.
See, what I meant to do was a charge attack first. Also, I shouldn't even absorb that. Okay, now I need to heal her. God dang it. Oh, frick. Okay, wait. I can just use food. I didn't place the waypoint down. Kill me. Okay, kill me. I immediately effed up. Just immediately. Good job, Brain. I appreciate you. Okay. Also, place the waypoint down. Yeah, thank you for the reminder, Majoro. I did not look at chat at the moment. Well, did you know the T can wait? I did. I've heard it a couple times. Hey, look, it's the Zhongli's pillar in the distance. It's gone. Perhaps I should unbench my Arla. You benched her? Why don't you like her? I'm curious. There's not that many people that don't like her. So, like, I'm curious why you benched her. Maybe it was just an accidental pull trying to get a Fremine or something. I don't know. Okay. Guess what? We're putting a waypoint down. I need to craft more waypoints soon. I think I have, only like 5 left. Alright. Let's charge attack. E. There we go. See? Got the 25% bond. The 25% bond is, I forgot to Yunjin. Is not that relevant. I didn't charge attack cancel. I was talking. Okay, no, I just need to shut my freaking mouth up. Okay. We're gonna get her burst back so I can clear her bond and get my other abilities back too. God, my brain. I'm just failing. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. No. Trying to get Shaolin cons. I see. Alright. Yeah, how do you bench a character? That's why that fast is true. Alright. Do this. Yeah, the 25% bond is really not that much, to be clear. So, honestly, let's just not worry about the bond of life from her weapon right now. It's fine. It'll be fine. It's a very minor difference in the end of the day. It's just like, it feels like it's sad not to get the bond of life from her weapon is all. It doesn't really matter that much. Okay. Just to keep things simpler though.
The tea can wait. Gather.
Break a leg. And step.
Frick, I didn't cancel it. Oh my god, okay. Yeah. The dog of wisdom. Hopefully someone's seen that and knows what I'm talking about. I think it's a relatively popular thing, right? The dog of wisdom weird videos. Anyways, no, stop. Okay. Oh, I already got a bass. I didn't need to do that. Alright, go here. Okay, good. Dash, cancel. Or jump cancel. Jump cancel is probably better. Generally speaking, I prefer dash canceling, but in this case, it's probably better to jump cancel. Cancel. You can do it, brain. I believe in you. I believe in you. Okay, I can figure this out. E. E. Q. E. No fab. It's fine. Alright. There we go. See, it works. Yeah, see, now he has Hydro Arm. I'm vaping consistently. And I can restart a rotation. I didn't trigger Fab on Yujin, so I don't have energy. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I might have been switching to Mika anyways. I let her... Yeah, but then... See? Yep. See? Okay. So... That is both a downside... Okay, there we go. I probably showed it there. I showed it also... I showed it in the same sequence of, like, failing to dash cancel, or failing to jump cancel, or dash cancel. Failing to cancel that animation. It's stupid. Like, it's dumb that my brain is having such a problem doing the cancel in combat, by the way. Because I've been doing this constantly to like, move around in short bursts in Overworld. but my brain is like, combat, I can't do it. So, anyways. It's fine, like, actually, because my worry was that, like, I wouldn't be able to vape consistently at all, but all it does, it means I can still vape consistently, I just have to play better now. So, that's a downside, that I have to play better with her C2 now, but as an upside in that, hey, more skill expression, right? I think that's fine, right? Considering that constellations can sometimes just feel like brainless improvements to characters, just clearing content faster. The fact that... Why is there Vishaps over here? I feel like there never used to be Vishaps over here. Did that just happen after one of the quests or something? Interesting. It's fine, right? So, we were able to keep a Hydra aura on it and consistently vape on her. And I think that was actually with Zhongli's Pillar hitting it too, so he didn't cause that much of a problem. So yeah, just have to get better at doing the cancels. Let's try melt. So the goal of melt, of course, is to melt the big hit again. Weirdly enough, I think this might be easier to do a setup on, and the reason for that is we have a bunch of cryo application that's like we do, you know. We're going to still do Arlecchino E first, because I don't want to... If I do... In particular, this case, I definitely cannot do Arlecchino E in this team after doing the setup, because I don't want Arlecchino's E to eat the cryo aura. What I want is I want to do Arlecchino's E, then I can do Zhongli, Shenhe, Rosaria. That will eat the little bit of cryo from her E, or sorry, a little bit of pyro from her E, and then should leave cryo on the enemies, and then just switch to Arlecchino, absorb the bond, get her C2 to melt. I think it should be pretty easy, and I should definitely be able to do that with the dash cancel. I'm gonna see if I don't have to dash cancel though here, but there's enough cryo here in the initial setup before I start actually normal attacking with Arlecchino that I think it should be pretty easy to melt her C2 consistently. It might actually be easier than getting her C2 to vape consistently on this account. Okay. It's Pashiv's friends. Oh, yeah. I remember, yes, because the Vishap you got along the way. That was a fun little bit of that. I like that quest line. It was a fun quest line. Should drink some water, apparently. Just, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Yoink.
Transfixed. Cryo incarnate. Manifest judgment. Life.
It definitely melted on some of them. It might have melted on the ones that didn't get hit by the charge attack, though, to be clear. So, again, this team probably need to figure out an ideal rotation for it exactly. But it melted. Yeah, it didn't melt that one. So, I think to get it to melt on the one I'm targeting, I do have to dash cancel, it seems like. So let's try again. Let's try to dash cancel. Oh, I don't have energy. Ah, frick! I should have gotten energy back. Bam. Two fathers and two mothers. Yeah. All right, we're good. Remember that for Arla's signature bonus to proc, you have to, no, you don't need it. You don't need it for the bonus to proc. The damage bonus only requires having a bond of life over a certain percentage. Like when she has over 30% bond of life, she has 36 damage bonus. to get the 25% extra bond of life on a charge attack, it has to hit. If it's the difference maker to being able to melt her C2 or her if it's the difference between being able to melt her C2 or not consistently, or vape it, then it is absolutely worth to sacrifice that 25% bond, right? Yes, I know I can start the rotation with a charge attack, but it just makes the rotation even more weirdly awkward, so I'm just kind of ignoring it for now, is all. But yes, I know I can start with a charge attack that's physical damage that doesn't apply any element, right? I could do this, right? No. Jesus Christ. I didn't cancel. Frick. I mean, I still got some big melts there, but... I think her C2 might make the melt team better than the vape team. But, anyways, it's interesting. You're just gonna die, aren't you? Can I E? I want to redo the setup here. Wait, actually, do this. Heal up. Make sure I get my energy back, and then I'm gonna redo this again. Okay, good. No, I had to end challenge. Okay, let's try to properly dash cancel this time. I keep forgetting. Habits. It's an ingrained habit at this point. I played her for 2 weeks without having to worry about this crap. So, ugh. So, skill issue, basically. Yes, is what I'm saying to myself. It's fine. It's fine. I'll figure it out. This is the best part of C2, to be clear, is having an option to have further skill expression is nice. Or, it's not necessarily an option, it's for a requirement. Yeah, there we go. See, that was a consistent melt on everyone there. And then I just kind of whack, and then I can, do an additional... In normal rotations, I think I would want to do at least an additional Shenhe E. Alright, can you just die? I wanted you to die before a new wave, but whatever. This team isn't perfect for dealing with bishops, to say the least, but okay. Here, let's just do this. Well, I don't have her seat. I don't have the mark though, so I don't have. Okay, well, yeah, whatever. This team has an interesting benefit in this AOE situation, where you see where new enemies are spawning, or they moved around or whatever into the cryo, and then I'm attacking the ones that don't have cryo, or that were out of the zone, but then I can start attacking the ones that were sitting in the cryo for a bit and immediately get a melt on them again. So I don't know, it's really interesting. The dynamic here is interesting at least. So use that to reset our skill here. Yeah, I don't know, this team is a lot more interesting with the dynamic of our C2. So yeah, that's satisfying. And then, of course, circle impact problems. Yeah, that right there. But it's fine. That's not a Arlecchino problem. That's just a circle impact. I didn't cancel there. Yeah. So if I don't cancel, you saw I applied Pyro with the charge attack, and then that one in front of me didn't melt. So, yeah, I don't know. It's really interesting. So again, basically, to really utilize C2, I gotta cancel the charge attack. And if I still want the bond, that means I have to start a rotation with a physical charge attack. But I honestly don't think it's worth worrying about most of the time, because a lot of times what happened, like you saw there, I have carryover bond of life, right? And if I'm carrying over bond of life, that means I have infusion still. It means I can't do the charge attack that's physical damage to be able to get the bond of life. So I'm just not gonna worry about it, I think, most of the time. It is basically all it is. In the teams that it makes sense to make sure I trigger a reaction on our C2. And this same logic probably will apply on our burst to an extent, although one thing that's weird, I think, that's going to be interesting. I'm pretty sure, right, her C2 says when she absorbs a dew, yeah, okay. So an interesting thing will happen with her burst, which is relevant with her C6. But again, like she's gonna be doing so much damage. How does this really matter? It does matter in the context of like if I want to set up like melt on her burst, for example. I think what's going to happen is that actually I don't know when it depends on when the instance of damage happens. I think because what's going to happen, right? Her burst absorbs any existing things that are on the enemy, any blood debts that are on the enemy, and then activates the burst. So I think the sequence that would happen is like you use her burst, it absorbs the blood debts, it triggers her C2, unless her C2 was already triggered before within the last 10 seconds, and then her burst damage will happen, which means doing something like triggering a melt on her burst big burst hit is going to be pretty hard. I think triggering a vape on her burst hit won't be necessarily as hard because I can just do like the swapping Candace thing to apply extra hydro before bursting. I think. Because what is it gonna? Maybe what it has to look like is like for melt is you do. Sorry, now I'm just like, thinking about her C6. I have to do something like trigger melt with her, like do her E, absorb the bond, do a cancel to make sure I get a melt on her C2, and then I might have to wait a couple seconds and then activate her burst to be able to get the melt hit on her burst, which means it might be a DPS loss anyways to have to just wait. We what pity do we have? 0 because we have C6. Look at that. Also, we are 5, 6, 7, 8, 2 pity away from a 4-star. How exciting! So yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Her C2 is interesting. That's all it is. I don't think it's that relevant. Like the cooking immediately is not that useful. It's just like as a comfort mid-rotation style thing or just slightly higher flexibility. And then of course for doing actual setups to make sure you get the big damage on a C2, you really have to try to make sure you charge attack cancel on polearms only at least. But that will be the case probably in a number of teams on a normal account too, right? So this is like relevant things to know if you happen to get C2 or whatever. Is this all a reason to go for C2? I don't think it feels that good. Like it's generally speaking, it's going to trigger once per rotation, right? In many teams, and so it's an additional instance of like 150k damage, which like I can play Canada's Kazuha, Bennett, Arlecchino on my main account and hit 150, 200k on her normal attacks. So right now on Polearms Only, her C2 is the equivalent of one like vaped normal attack on my main account for a C2. And it does give the damage resistance, which is not irrelevant. So it's like, it's not bad, to be clear. It's just kind of like a fun thing to tech around to see a big number. It's not something that actually feels particularly relevant, is my current vibe. So yeah, again, C1 definitely felt that damage increase, feels relevant, and the interruption resistance is relevant to a lot of people too. Not the most relevant to me, I don't care that much about it, but anyways. I think E charge attack supports burst E charge attack normal attack. Yeah, you might be right, Dark Sparrow. Yeah, that could be an option too. The only problem is like I need to do my supports if I want to do E charge attack. If I want to do it, like the idea is if I want to melt her C2 or vape her C2 and melt / vape her burst hit, right? So you probably have to do something like E, do supports, switch to her, absorb,
Let them do as they please.
do a couple normal attacks maybe, switch to Candace, do a skill again, switch off of Candace, switch, do her burst, or in the melt equivalent would be switch to Rosaria, Shenhe, like that actually might be interesting, right? Because like I have this weird thing with this team where like it feels like I do want to still use multiple skills on Shenhe and Rosaria per rotation, but it's hard to feel like when I should do that. So I could do something like E, do supports, do Shenhe, Rosaria, Zhongli setup, switch to Arlecchino, do this, cancel, get a big melt under C2, do a couple normal attacks, switch to you, switch back to her, do her burst, and hopefully melt her burst. That would be the idea. That's worth messing with. So anyways, we'll do it. We'll mess with it shortly. So you don't do charge attack right after you E. You do a charge attack. You have to absorb the bond, but you cancel the charge attack animation so that it doesn't actually hit, because the extra pyro application from her charge attack, her charge attack multiplier is nothing, like relative to our other damage, right? Is 180%, right? And it doesn't get the buff from her bond of life things. It doesn't get the buff her normal attacks get. So it's just a 180% multiplier. It's basically nothing compared to her C2 is a 900% multiplier. And like in this team, if I hit that if I hit an enemy with that pyro charge attack, that applies pyro, that will steal the crap. What was that sound that my lips just made? Gross. It just like croaked. If I hit the pyro, if I hit an enemy when they have like the cryo on them from Shenhe Rosaria with her charge attack, then bam, you know, there goes the cryo, then her C2 is not melting on that enemy that got hit by the charge attack. But if I cancel it, it does melt because it never actually applied pyro and never stole the cryo aura for a low multiplier attack, right? So we're talking, oh, now I got to do 200k damage instead of, you know, 70k damage. So I got an additional 100k damage just from doing a charge attack cancel. So, anyways, you know, on my deathbed, I think that was the sound of needing water. Anywho's. This should be pretty simple to test. C3 is just a talent level increase. So, increases her Mask of Red Death from like, what is that, 238 to 288. And then also her other multipliers along with that. It's not that insane, realistically. Oh my god, did I have a melt? Oh, my freaking lord. Oh, that's fine. I had an EM timepiece on her this time. That's fine. It might actually be ideal to have an EM timepiece on her in this melt team or in the... but that wasn't the... it's fine. We were testing C2 melting anyway, so that's actually fine. But oops, that wasn't the most correct comparison. Oops. That's fine. Alright, so anyways, C3 is just talent level increase. Her normal attack does most of her damage, even with constellations, so... is good. It's a decently strong constellation. For her normal playstyle, this will probably feel more noticeable, like for Chevreuse, for example. So we'll go do Chevreuse first again here. For the Chevreuse team, for example, it's probably going to feel better. Let's clear her bond. It's probably going to feel better than her other ones did. So, anywho's, and C2 did, not her other ones. It's going to feel slightly less than C1, but more than C2 for the Chevreuse team, because this team doesn't really care about like triggering a reaction to C2 or anything to get like a big 200k hit like we were in the melt team. So, anywho's. Okay. Do. I didn't need to burst there. Fine. Yeah, I mean, we're getting like 120k with some of the carryover bond of life. So yeah, it's a noticeable increase. But this team, definitely more noticeable than C2. I'm going for killing as many as possible. I think with C1 we got 60 or 61 or something. Nope. Ended the rotation slightly early then. I meant to use that to move, but it's fine. Okay, whatever. We're just gonna not do Toma. Toma's... So like the higher DPS version of this team uses Shungling, to be clear. Like I would be killing more of these with Shungling. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really properly test with C2, but I don't think I could have gotten. Again, not really optimizing this, so it's not that objective a comparison. But with C0, we killed like 50 enemies there, and this is the team that like feels the most notice from C1 and C3. And that's why I'm saying this. C0 with the same build. We killed 50 Vishaps, then we killed 60 with C1, and then we killed 70 with C3, right? So, new world record. I feel like it's not a world record, but, you know, I have no idea what the record is. No, we do not have R5, and we're not going for R5. So, yeah, anyways. And there's a lot of carryover Bond of Life in that team when I end the rotation early. And the ideal time to end the rotation would be, like, the time with Toma's burst, which I didn't do perfectly correctly there. And I'm just using Toma because Toma is was nice for overworld with the interruption resistance and just to generate some particles because I've been using DPS Chivalrous. As long as Shungling isn't needed for the other side of Abyss, Shungling is a higher DPS version than to inclusion in this team, and then Shungling could even still be on Noblesse, right? I could try to farm like a 4-piece Noblesse for Shungling, right, to increase her damage, Arlecchino's damage, right? And I mean, I have actually some decent pieces. For, like this is a good piece for 4-piece Noblesse, or DPS out of Noblesse, but I'd probably just keep her an emblem realistically, right? Shungling, that is. Where is... I'm having a stroke. Noblesse, there we go. Just want to see what DPS pieces I have for Noblesse. Okay, I mean, that's going to stay on Shenhe, probably. So I have, like, a good flower. I mean, that would be good for Shungling. No onset goblets, and then I actually have, I think, some good circlets. Not a good crit rate circlet, but I have a good crit damage circlet, so I don't know. There might be a way to make Shungling work with 4-piece Noblesse. Point is, it do be a better option as far as team DPS goes. Toma does feel a little bit awkward there. I think Shungling might feel better. Might. But it's fine. It doesn't really matter. The team's dynamic and high DPS enough, it just doesn't matter. This is like the strongest team I think I have on the account, so it doesn't matter. Anywho's, why is Chev DPS build? Mostly overworld, and because I like it, and it has the dynamic of, like, for example, if you're in Abyss and, like, and will this matter with all the constellations Arlecchino? No, not really. But do I really need the slight more attack buff? Probably not, but I don't know. Here, let's, for the sake of comparison, let's, like, now that we have C3 activated, let's put Chivalrous on her buffing artifacts. Rather than DPS, right? I think, yeah, this one. And then switch to the event polearm. Alright, so 40k HP on the Song of Days Past set, which means she will, and I'm not going to like go over the full math of it, but basically I nearly full max this buff on the first time it procs, and then I do get the max buff on the second time it procs. So that's just going to be additional Arlecchino damage again, and then Noblesse buff, of course, tenacity buff. So this is full buff mode version of this team, right? C3 Arlecchino, full buff mode. Let's go.
Illusion shattered.
Oops, I have a stroke.
Check this out. Here's back.
A time waste there, but
Transfixed. There is no escape. Final warning.
Supporting fire.
Laid bare. Illusion shattered. Stop right there.
didn't use Toma there because his burst wasn't back. I think it's more efficient just to keep attacking. Oh, frick. I'm more efficient to keep attacking than I can attack. why can't I hold? Jesus Christ, I swear I tried to hold E like 4 times. For all grouping, I mean, that was a nice 140k hit. That probably had the damage bonus from the healing set. 140k in this team is a bit ridiculous. That's, I get it. Like, I have constellation, so it's not that surprising, but still, you know. That's as much as I was vaping for. I don't know why I did that.
Shine down.
I think I killed less here, but I think it was mostly just to the awkwardness with the ones that I had to run between or whatever.
Laid bare.
Nice. Done. About the same. Is this C6 Chev? Yes, it is. As a reminder, though, most of the important things that Chevers does, she does without her C6. So, yeah. C6 Chev is really good with Arlecchino, but C6 Chevers is also worse than I think some people realize with other units. Like if you're doing Raiden on field with Chevres versus Raiden just being an electro enabler here, overload enabler, right? But yeah, anywho's. I killed one more. Ooh, baby. That's what turning Chevres to full buff did. One more Vishap. No, I mean, I noticed the additional damage, and like, if I'm not actually... there is just situational utility, though, to having Chevres on a DPS build to be able to, like, nuke down one random enemy rather than having to, like, continue, like, using Arlecchino's attacks to kill an enemy, right? Like, it balances out the team DPS to be less reliant on Arlecchino, and, if you free yourself from the like aspect of like having a consistent rotation idea and just more like as long as you're dealing some amount of damage constantly, it's not as bad as you think, and it has situational upsides. So, and I just find it really fun to do a gunshot and just watch the enemies die after I shoot them with a gun. It's just satisfying to me, so that's why. And there's a very good chance I will keep Chevres on a DPS build, but we'll keep her on the healing build for now. Why not? At this point, we've reached the point of like all the obvious conclusions for the early quote unquote constellations for Arlecchino, which is C1, C2, C3. C1 felt the most impactful. C3 felt like a similar level of damage increase, but still definitely less relevant. Not that insane. In as far as like, similar-ish like total damage increase, I'd say. But I think the relative difference C1 gives is higher, and more people would notice that difference. But it's also hard. You have to have C2 in conjunction with C1, so there's that aspect too, right? But anywho's, let's put EM timepiece on. Okay, gotta not kill it. Don't kill it. 180 T. Those are 230k, probably under C2. Wow, Toma's shield didn't get annihilated this time. Okay, I almost rotated Vivian. Okay, well, yeah, that was strong. Nice 200 and some K with Vivian. Again, that's not a normal situation because we're getting all the Chevres buffs and the Vapes. Normally you cannot Vape in a Chevres team, but you can against Hydro enemies. So, yeah, that's the power of this team against Hydro Slimes. Alright. Then real quick, we'll just go chests. Melt. And, Vape. I don't think it'll feel that different with either of those. How much ER does Toma have? About 212. This is a non-C4 Toma. Theoretically, if things go ideally, if I, funnel particles properly to Toma, he could get away with less, but it's just easier to have him with more. I think he just... his shield survived there because I think he didn't get hit. His shield didn't get hit that much by her attacks for whatever reason. Dodging, etc., etc. Okay, I'll switch back to an attack percent time piece. Because again, I think... I I don't know. The EM timepiece, if I'm trying to do this properly, it probably makes sense still. I don't know. Okay, energy again. I think Arla's signature set is worth going for. I mean, it depends what you currently have. If you have a really good set of 4-piece gladiators, probably no. Is my feeling. But wait, I'm gonna warp away. I think warping away helps them de-aggro. I think, maybe, I don't know. If you don't have a good 4-piece gladiator set, it's ignoring the relevance of like C2 Arlecchino and to different artifact sets and whatever, and C6 Arlecchino to different artifact sets, then it becomes a little bit weird, right? Like the circumstance Polearms Only is in, like ignoring the constellations, the circumstance Polearms Only is in is like my best build is basically this, or Gilded Dreams. Like this team, Gilded Dreams might be better, right? But Rosaria has a lot of my good Gilded Dreams artifacts, so I don't really want to faff about with Gilded Dreams right now. So if you're in this situation, like 2-piece combos are not useless on her. She can use a lot of 2-piece artifacts, and that's good. So if you put whatever existing 2-piece artifacts you have on her, if you don't have a good 4-piece glad, then see how that performs. See if you like. Does she feel good enough to you? Do you feel like she needs in the teams that you like playing her in? Does she feel good enough? That's how you answer if it's worth it to farm her artifacts. And because like if I had an equivalent substats on her artifacts versus this 2-piece, I'd probably have been doing 20% more damage as my guesstimate, right? But yeah, anywho's, let's switch back to an attack timepiece, I think. Because I think again, a lot of Arlecchino's damage is not actually going to melt in this team. I want to see what her C2 gets also without EM timepiece. God, frick you.
Obey! Cryo incarnate! Light out.
I am still actually melting a lot of hits in this situation, but I think that's just because the AoE situation here. Enemies I'm not attacking have cryo on them. The enemies I am attacking for a sustained period would not have cryo on them. I'm still getting about 200k with the attack percent timepiece, so yeah, I think attack percent timepiece is better. You know what I could also do, by the way? I could play Mika in this team as well. Alright, of course, you're a butthole. Alright.
Laid bare. Unleash. Do your master's bidding.
Oh, frick, he stole my energy. You butthole. I use a charge attack to just bridge the gap between them a little bit. So, anyways. I don't know why I didn't like restart a rotation. Don't worry about it.
Everlasting as the moon. Obey. By ordinance divine. Yeah. Punishment.
Stabilize.
Yeah, still getting about 200k on our C2.
Overrule. Manifest. Cryo incarnate. You can't run.
It's really satisfying to do her C2 in this team, though. I like this team a lot more with her C2. But anyways, the C3 is not that noticeable in this team. The C2 definitely was, so I don't know, that's cool. That's cool. It's cool though, like the different constellations here. And again, like this is the point now, by the way, for anyone that wasn't here earlier when I did the boring counting the wishes. If I had not spent any money for Arlecchino, and again, I didn't spend money to get C6, but spending money is what ended up functionally getting me to C6. If I hadn't spent money to get Arlecchino, or at the start for that stupid video, right? If I hadn't spent money at the very start, then functionally I would be at C3 R1 Arlecchino. So this would have been the end point for Arlecchino's constellations for this account. And realistically, that's like 99% of the possible value I could get out of Arlecchino. Everything past here is like whatever, and then C6 makes these slightly less whatever. Like C6, highly unnecessary. And I don't know. It's cool that these early constellations have like different relative amounts of value to these different teams. C2 definitely does make this team a bit more satisfying to play. So I'm just gonna have to tweak builds a little bit. I think my current feeling, I don't know, it's gonna depend on the content I think a little bit, and C6 might change the formula too. My current feeling is to try to use just build more ER on Shenhe and Rosario like they kind of currently are, and instead focus more on just abusing them for setting up specific damage being melted on Arlecchino. But it's still, in a single target situation, it might be a bit more iffy, but I don't know. It's interesting. So, yeah. I think, I don't, no, I tried Vape. Yeah, I did Vape. Wait, did I? No, I don't think I did Vape. Whatever, I'll do Vape quick, I guess. Before we activate C6. We don't need to individually activate C4 or C5. Okay, her bond. Do you think C2 would make Canada teams feel better? The heart is covering the thing in my... Canada. Look, it looked like Canada with the heart covering it on my dashboard, okay. C2 would make Canada's teams feel better? No, I mean, okay. Like I showed earlier, like I think with Arlecchino C2 in Canada's teams... Oh, I killed one of them by accident. Or no, one of them's up there. What are you doing, bro? The main complexity with Candace and Arlecchino is just for C2 makes it so you have to dash cancel, as far as I can tell, to be able to evade her normal attacks consistently. Because the pyro from her C2 eats a vape that would have been used for her normal attack, and it necessitates having to do the charge attack cancel. So as long as you do the charge attack cancel, yes, it's an improvement to Candace vape teams, because you can vape that C2 hit, right? But on a normal account, man, after we're done doing C6 testing here, if you want, I can go onto my main account and show you the Candace Kazuha Bennett team. Like, that team gets similar amounts of damage as you're seeing C3 get here on Polearms Only. So that's just the power of Kazuha and Bennett, right? To an extent, of course. But it's just like, what is it? So in that team, right? That would be on a normal account. Like here, C2 would probably be like an additional maybe 250k, 300k damage per rotation. It's not bad, obviously. It's just like, is that necessary? Are you like, when you're at an investment level where you can like the Candace, Bennett, Kazuha, Arlecchino team, when I managed to get the stupid triple Kenkis to not, like, the cryo one is really annoying, but unfortunately I didn't get footage of this, but I cleared the triple Kenki team in with Candace, Arlecchino, Bennett, Kazuha. On my main account, I cleared triple Kenki in 17 seconds. Again, annoying grouping. It requires like making sure the Kenkis are grouped together, but 17 seconds. What does C2 do there? Ooh, 15 seconds maybe, right? Like, woo. But like the actual clear times when fighting the Kenkis were less down to like the multipliers Arlecchino were doing, and down to more how I could group them and how annoying the cryo Kenki was in particular, right? Like, is it relevant? Like, it's fun to see the big number, is what I think it is. But generally speaking, how you play and like the context of what you're fighting against is gonna matter more than just having this big bout of damage. And it makes Candace harder to play with her in a way that to many people might feel more satisfying. I don't mind it. But to some people, it makes C6 Candace feel worse with her by necessitating that charge attack cancel, right? So your mileage may vary. I don't think I recommend it. If you really like the Candace team, I think it's just highly unnecessary. But it is a thing. We're gonna try Mika here, just for funsies. Because I don't think Yunjin is that relevant. Yes, I should put artifacts on Mika. I'm just using it for the attack speed here. It's fine. Yeah, the 20% attack, so the 20% attack, because of Yunjin's like diminishing returns in value, especially as they activated C3 here, means that I think Mika's like just noblesse buff on Mika compared to the normal attack buff on Yunjin might actually be better, especially in conjunction with the normal attack speed. Which is it's just a side effect of how the flat damage buffs work. Oh well.
Neutralizing threat.
We shall prevail. Overruled.
Solidify.
You had your chance.
Here is prayer. Flee.
Yeah, let's just do this. One interesting thing with the Candace and Arlecchino is that I usually find it nice to... I should have done Jungle first, obviously. I find it nice to use Arlecchino's burst sometimes to like be able to restart a rotation. I think Mika does feel nicer than Yunjin. Or Yunjin. How did Yunjin get outclassed by Mika? On Polearms Only. Uh-oh. Okay. Anyways, this feels nice. It doesn't feel notably that different though, to be clear, compared to just whatever. But yeah, I'll have to what? I'll have to test more this team properly. We're not even seeing a lot of the follow-up vapes because they die too quickly, of course. But I showed earlier with the what it was, like Rocky, right? That I can still vape consistently in this team, and Mika shouldn't interfere with anything because he doesn't apply like off-field cryo that's going to interfere with stuff. So I'll mess around with equipping him with some kind of artifacts. Realistically, my easiest option is instructors. Even with a low uptime buff, instructors should give a since like C2 is a factor, right? Like getting like 150k say on C2, I can probably like almost crank it up. In this build that is low on EM in particular, crank it her C2 hit up to probably 100. It'll probably start hitting 180, 200k, right? Is my guess with a more optimized situation. The theoretical ideal as far as like Arlecchino damage here would be Mika, I think, on Noblesse, or sorry, Mika on Instructors, and Candace on Noblesse, right? But Candace also has really heavy ER needs. It's nice to just load her with ER. I think she has more ER than she needs, though, in this team, to be clear. I have her configured just for Brainless, all ER, and that's it. So, anyways, yeah, I think C1 is a good stopping point. If you're someone who really likes Arlecchino and you're considering going for more for her, I think C1 is the sensible stopping point. C2 is kind of fun just for seeing big number, but it's just like, is it actually relevant in clearing like content faster? Do you need it for clearing the content? No. Do you need C1 for clearing the content? No, not really. But I think more people will notice the value of C1 and it doesn't like change how you think about using her at all. But if you're someone like who likes teching with characters, right? You know, you have a lot of wishes saved up and whatever, or you're willing to spend money because you think it's worth the money to you, that's fine. And I don't know, it's worth considering C2, I guess, maybe, but I'm not gonna go for C1 or C2 on my main account. I can tell you that for sure. She feels plenty good enough at C0 on my main account without her weapon to me. So, anywho's, that's all the testing I think I gotta do for C1, C2, C3. I think it's time for C6. So, review of C4 real quick. So, C4 is kind of interesting in conjunction with C6 because it reduces cooldown by 2 seconds. So, that takes her cooldown from 15 seconds to 13 seconds, which means you can burst multiple times per rotation. But again, bursting like will remove her bond of life and reset her skill cooldown. So a dynamic with her C4 and her C6 with it like vastly increasing her burst damage is kind of a weird one in that like in teams that can allow you to like 26-second rotations, you can do like 2 bursts per rotation, like right, do a burst every 16 seconds and doing the extra skill. Like it's interesting, I think, to be able to do like a more burst spammy play style. It specifically seems more relevant in teams that are more flexible with when you can time things with Arlecchino with her C6, right? It's really only relevant in conjunction with her C6, I think, for the most part. And I'm just describing it just so that, like, you know it's a thing, because I'm not going to individually test this, right? But we're activating it now. Blam, blam, and blam. No going back. Well, again, I can go back. Watch this. Blam. I disabled C6 Arlecchino. Let's go. Well, I also have to not use her burst, but that's fine. That you do that a lot anyways. Like, I can disable C6 Arlecchino for Chevr's teams by removing the circlet. Although in this case, it's used for a set bonus, so I'd have to... Ignoring the set bonus factor. Remove the circlet, and then don't use her burst, and blam. Functionally, C6 Arlecchino is off. Right? So, yeah. I appreciate having the option to functionally turn it off by doing that, since you know, the crit value conveniently lines up with the amount of crit value from a circlet. But yeah, all right, let's test C6 Arlecchino. So anyways, the Chevr's team is the one that's probably going to be the most flexible to just constantly use her burst now. And normally I wouldn't use her burst, but now it should be relevant to use her burst. Let's make sure we have attack timepiece on. And yeah, the other interesting thing is, again, like, if there might be weirdness in trying to figure out the optimal timings for, like, trying to melt her burst or whatever with, like, the Shenhe Rosario team. So I'll mess with that. And then I'm not sure about vaping too, right? So now solo her. Yeah, we can try soloing her in Abyss shortly. I'll try to do that after testing this real quick here. So we'll do this against the buttholes, and then we'll go fight Vivian as well, as normal. And then I'll test melt, test vape, test melt.
There is no escape.
Fire it up. Here.
And then we'll try soloing her. I didn't need to cancel that. Honestly, I expected more of an increase in her normal attack damage. I forgot I'd need to burst. I forgot C6 makes bursting relevant. Habits. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Yeah. Burst, Dumbo. Okay. I think what is the ideal time to do this? I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna press buttons. Let's go.
Laid bare. Shine down. Drop your weapons.
Check this out. Support
Everlasting as the moon.
Nice 300k. Wait. C2 is more relevant in conjunction. The C2 instant absorption is more relevant with their burst because I can E and then instantly absorb again, actually. I didn't think about that. Alright, I need to burst again.
Witness my rise. Overruled.
It's really weird figuring out how I'm going to, like, actually use her C6. And most of the time I think I'm just not.
Everlasting as the moon. Laid bare.
I wonder, I just realized, oh, I didn't, whoops. I wonder if her, oh, you butthole, you stole my energy right before I used her burst. I wonder if her C2, by nature of abusing the skill cooldown reset, is going to functionally allow her to have a higher average total of Bond of Life when used optimally, at least.
Shine down.
It's really weird to think about when to use her burst. And definitely not going to kill as many enemies, I think.
Transfixed.
I forgot to E before, yeah.
This is where laid bare. Final warning.
Don't get too close.
I guess we'll try to solo her against the Bishops too, now that I think about it.
Everlasting as the moon. Transfixed.
I was like, where'd they all go? I killed them all. No, okay, well that was awkward because I did at the end there. So, yeah, I don't think I played that optimally, but interesting is all I can say. Okay, we're gonna play just without, oh yeah, she gets the little wings now. I forgot about those. Wow, how exciting. I think that's the indicator for C6 being active, because for 20 seconds after you use her skill, she gets the increase of the crit damage, right? So that's what that's indicating. Okay. So let's go refill energy, because that might be relevant. We'll go try to solo with her. Solo the bishops, I mean. We'll try to solo her in Abyss too. And that'll probably be fine, especially with the Abyss blessing. Really? I just want energy.
Stop right there.
Alright. Let's see what soloing is. How many pulls for C6? It took 602, which is a bit better than average. Nothing insane. If I have the same luck for C3 to C4 that I for C1 and C2, it would have been much lower than that. But C1 and C2 destroyed the amount of pulls. Half of the pulls were just for C1 and C2. Okie-dokie.
Witness my lies. Overruled.
So not gonna switch off of Arlecchino. That's the idea.
Transfixed. Everlasting as the moon.
Actually, wait, I just realized the Abyss Blessing is not going to benefit Arlecchino for soloing, because the Abyss Blessing is for triggering a reaction. Okay, she actually needs a little bit of energy when soloing. Also, they just sucked her energy away, which is non-ideal. There's 200k without any buffs from any teammates. No, frick, I let them suck my energy away. I feel like I could probably kill as many, if I played this better, I'm pretty sure I could kill as many Bishops with solo Arlecchino, as I did with C0 Arlecchino in this team. To be clear, that wasn't like me trying to optimize C0 Arlecchino for as many kills as possible here. Actually, wait, I still might get 50. And it wasn't even paying attention to the number I killed. Oh, we have this. Wasn't paying attention. Did I hit nothing? Oh yeah, we got more. We got more than we got more than C0 did with this team. Nice. Look at that. That's about the same as what we got with C1 Arlecchino. That doesn't necessarily represent that much, because this is not like a normal situation for like Abyss or whatever. So it doesn't mean C6 Arlecchino is equivalent to C. It does not mean C6 Arlecchino solo is equivalent to C1 Arlecchino, right? But Shiver's buff still active? No, it wasn't. You have to trigger overload. To trigger for the attack buff, you have to fire an overcharged ball, and for this, you have to trigger overload on the enemy. I didn't have electro going. There was no overload reactions happening. There was no buff. The only buff happening from this team was pyro resonance. So, you know, technically, so technically, if I solo her in Abyss, she will do slightly less damage. Yeah, I think I might want to put a little bit of energy recharge on her. Not anything insane, I think. That was 112 ER. If I'm soloing her. If you're not soloing her with C4, I don't think it's relevant at all, because you get particles from the rest of the teammates. Alright, real quick, let's go fight Vivian. I'm not gonna bother freaking changing her or clearing her burst here, because why not use the... Oh, frick, it cleared it when I teleported. And we're like, well, never mind. Okay. We'll see what we get. should be some pretty big damage. What is the multiplier? The baseline multiplier, right? So C6 basically adds a functional 900% multiplier on top of the base multiplier. So she's at like a 1500% multiplier for her burst. So should be a decent damage, methinks.
Illusion shattered. Final warning.
Ow, ow.
Really?
Fire it up. Here's back.
Everlasting as the moon.
Nice.
Laid bare. Hands where I can see 'em.
Check this out.
No, I didn't have to do that. Yeah, this is pretty strong. I'm pretty sure I could have probably like killed Vivian a very similar amount of time with the C3 Arlecchino, to be completely clear. But hey, seeing the 400k is pretty satisfying. Let's go test out Melt. Oh yeah, I should make sure bond is cleared. Is it too late for me to get her? I mean, she's got 7 days in the banner, so no. Alright. Or are you saying here is in the thing? She is at C6 now. We finally finished testing all of the constellations. Well, I mean, we're not finished testing C6. Let's go back down there. Last thing we'll do is trying to solo do this with C6. To be clear, I don't really enjoy soloing. It'll probably be fun once to try to do, but like, other than the one time, right? I don't care. So, anywho's, like I find the fun of this game to me is like the interactions between characters, right? So it's like doing things like I'm gonna do here, where I'm gonna see if we can do like actually let's do Vape first, but we'll see if we can do a melt setup, right, where we can melt both Arlecchino C2 and her burst. If I can figure that out, that'll be very satisfying. And then, you know, and this will be a context where I definitely want to have Arlecchino on like a Gilded Dreams build or something. So, you know, or her signature artifacts, but Gilded Dreams and signature artifacts are probably relatively similar if she's triggering reactions relatively consistently. But let's try this team again. Let's try Vape. I don't know if we're gonna be able to. Yeah, it's realistically, I don't even think her C6 is relevant for this team. I don't think it's because the Hydra application, like using her burst will consume Hydra application in a way that I don't know if it's gonna work. But there might be ways to abuse Candace's switch to be able to still do it with relative ease. So we'll try something. We will try something here. I don't have my burst up yet. Okay. Wait. Let's refill our burst. Just got a little wing. Honestly, outside of her drip, her weapon is the worst idea. Worse idea than getting a dupe of her. Yeah, I mean, as far as damage performance goes, yep. Let's do this. Get some fab particles. Also, Mika's still not on a build. It's fine. All right, that should be good enough. Okay. So the goal here. De-aggro me, please. The goal here will be to leave me alone. The goal here will be to skill, do Zhongli, do Mika, do Candace, switch to Arlecchino, charge attack cancel, get Vape on her C2, do maybe a couple normal attacks, swap out. Actually, no, I'm probably just going to swap out immediately after the C2. Swap back in. And the reason is to get a bunch of Hydro immediately, and then swap it to Candace, swap back in to Arlecchino, and then use her burst to Vape. Is that actually something I should do versus just normal attacking? Not necessarily. I'm just doing this for the fun of seeing the damage numbers. Also, you know, we can put Mika on instructors in this instance. Do this. Actually, let's see. HP is fine for his healing. It's not that relevant in this team because of Zhongli, but it's fine. Do that. And then, yeah, you can just stick on that time base. It'll be fine. Well, that's actually not a correct amount of ER. He doesn't actually need to burst consistently, but he also doesn't really need HP. So, yoink, there you go. Blam. Alright, Mika build. Done. He's on instructors. We should buff a little bit now. Are you going to farm her domain? Yes, I am. I've gotten potatoes from it. I have full burning set, but nothing for her.
Transfix. Stabilize. Precision strike.
We shall. Everlasting as the moon.
Yep, that's Vape. Good 300k Vape there, and then the idea would be, you know, do her E again, and then just absorb it, because, you know, have her C2, it cooks immediately. Yeah, her C2 cooking immediately feels like it's mostly relevant for her C6. Alright, and then do rotations, so it'd be something like this again. Do that, do that, do that. And then swap out, do this, do that. 350k, and that was actually, I had max bond there, so that's another reason to do it that method, actually, is to have max bond. And I think I should be able to get some vapes on her normal attacks too if I do it, but, so this would be a weird, like, so this playstyle, I don't know if it's, again, ideal versus just doing normal attack playstyle. And if we're not doing the normal attack playstyle, obviously Mika ain't doing shit here. But the general idea, right, is just play it a little bit differently. So this would be playing specifically around C6, obviously. Do that, do that, do that. And she always has 200 bond when you do it, 200% bond when you do that. 450k, nice. And if I can replicate that and melt, right? That's the most, that's what I can think of at this existing moment for how to utilize her C6 with Candace. But it works. It works, which is good, right? No, I didn't, whatever. Just let it end. That's cool. I like it. I like it. And Mika's a good no-nonsense, like, at least instructors buffer here, which is cool. So all of the constellations are activated right now. The reason I was doing that bursting rotation there was specifically to vape her burst hit. And with her burst at max level, that probably would get towards 500k, right? So that's pretty cool. And, you know, with her signature artifacts instead of 2B's attack probably be quite a bit better too. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if that was the highest hit I've hit on Polearms Only. But I'm pretty sure the highest hit I hit on Polearms Only was, you know, trying to go for a nuke against Wander or something. Yeah, so technically it's not the highest I hit. It's, the highest I've hit on this account is 493,244. I imagine if I'm able to do a nuke setup against Wander, I could probably reach 1 million now with her burst. But I don't. Doing nuke setups on Wander is misery, and I hate it. So I don't really feel like doing that. I prefer normal contexts. So yeah, that worked. Better than I expected. Honestly, again, I don't know what like the exact ideal context in this instance is. If I'm trying to specifically vape Arlecchino's C2 and her C6, and then just get a couple additional vapes on her normal attack, I don't know if Mika's that relevant here. Versus, I don't like Chevreuse, right? Because I can still use Chevreuse C6 to get the damage bonus and Pyro Resonance, right? I could literally just do Chevreuse C6, use her as an E-bot. Right, that's probably more relevant if I'm doing this playstyle, I think. But it's kind of whatever. It's strong anyways. So, and Mika makes normal attacks feel nice and fast, so it's fine. It's still a fun use for Mika, and Mika is really good to put instructors on. You know, Shivers couldn't really use instructors in this case unless I vaped on Candace's Hydro, but I need that Hydro for her C2, so I couldn't really do that, right? So there is actual downsides and like upsides, I mean, to using Mika versus Shivers. But anywho's, Is Arlecchino plus weapon good for free-to-play? I mean, it depends what weapons you have and how valuable the bow could be for you, but probably not if you're intending to save for other characters, but it depends on how good you are at saving and how much you pull for characters. And how relevant the other stuff on the banner is to you and what other weapons you have available. I would say most likely no, though. Alright, so this is the last one to test some of the nuances of. Leave her bond quick. And then let's go. Let's heal up, or not heal up. Refill your energy. Man, the fact that these guys are really close by to refill energy is so nice. It really helps. It really helps having this area. I know, like, it's not ideal for a lot of situations, like the fact that they're so squishy, but yeah, it's yeah. So, anywho's, riding better, almost 1k kills on her. Yeah. I believe you, Sylvan. I definitely believe you. Alright. Okay. So last main team to test here is this one. Again, the nuance here is something similar to the Vape team, but trying to, instead of like swapping and then being able to instantly swap back, I have to swap to Shenhe, do an additional skill, swap to Rosario, do an additional skill, and see if I can melt Arlecchino Burst. That's the idea. So we'll do like E into Zhongli, into Shenhe, into Rosaria, into Arlecchino, melt her C2, into see if the timing lines up at that point for doing E on Rosaria and Shenhe again. Like, Rosaria's skill should be back by that point, I think. But I don't know if Rosaria's will, or sorry, Shenhe's will, because she has a 10-second cooldown. So the ideal playstyle might be something like, you know, do some normal attacks. And then swap to Rosaria and Shenhe. But doing some normal attacks might eat some cryo, which might prevent me from getting her C2, or getting her burst to melt, right? So that's the nuance we gotta figure out here. I gotta get her burst back. Not used to having to care about getting her burst.
Solidify.
Unleash.
Please. More fabs. More fabs, please.
Manifest.
Fav, please. Save me. Fav. There we go. Okay. Alright. I need to drink water. My lips are dry. Isn't a craftable item that regenerates energy out of combat with short cooldown? Yeah. They should do it as like one of the gadgets for Natlan or something. Alright. Let's see if I can do this.
Overruled.
Solidify.
Do your master's bidding. Light.
Yeah, okay, so there's still 3 seconds left on Shenhe. I didn't even see what the damage was there, by the way. Okay, so yeah, what I thought would happen, right, there was, right, I did Arlecchino into, let's just abandon, how did I press that? Oh, there must be a F key shortcut or something. No, I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. Right, I did Arlecchino into Zhongli, Shenhe, Rosaria, and there was still 3 seconds left, but I think I did Zhongli first, right? So let's do Zhongli after Shenhe and see if that works better.
Obey. Cryo incarnate.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, it does work a little bit better. I don't know why I did that though.
Everlasting as the moon.
Nice. It does work. I did it a little bit dumb.
Manifest. Do your master's bidding. Light. Judgment. Unleash.
All right, this is interesting. Okay. So if I
By ordinance
okay,
divine.
obviously I've not sequenced the subsequent rotations optimally, but yeah, that was a new damage record, correct?
This is
But it works.
transfixed.
It works. That's interesting. Okay. All right, that's cool. I'm glad. I'm glad I can do right. Not only in the Vape team, but I can also do some tech in this team. And there might be some shenanigans to figure out for doing some normal attacks again. Still, so let's try that instead. Instead of doing weird rotation, let's just try doing some normal attacks and see if I can still melt. Right. That's the idea. At least.
Cryo incarnate. Obey. Light.
Stabilize.
Oh, I meant to do normal attacks.
Manifest.
Okay, I mean, well, it's gonna work here because of the fact that there was a new wave of enemies. I'm gonna have to mess around with it more in single target. It doesn't. I can't test that here because they die too quick. So new enemies means it's a new entity to have cryo applied to them, right? I needed to see if the pyro application from the normal attacks caused a problem in me being able to melt or burst, right? That's what I needed to test there. So I need tankier enemies to test that. That's fine. I'm gonna mess around with this team more. Yeah, that was a new damage record, which is not that surprising. Yeah, Purveyor. That was 533, 508. Very nice. But yeah, with an actual like nuke setup against the stupid Wander boss or whatever other setups where you can like take screenshot damage on, I can probably reach 1 million now with that relatively easily. Which it would be. I do kind of want to do that, and I'm gonna do it today. I think I'll wait until maybe her burst gets crowned to try that. The reason I want to try that is because I think it would be really funny to have a higher damage for Purveyor Punishment on Polearms Only compared to my mana count. I don't really go for new. I could almost assuredly get over 1 million with relative ease on my mana count at this point. I haven't tried in forever, but my previous max was 800k on a Yalan skill. So being able to get more on Arlecchino on Polearms Only would be really funny to me. So, anywho's. Is Arla really too strong now for you to want to use her after this? No. Like, to be clear, if I feel like she too easily clears an Abyss cycle, like I've said in previous streams, I will just use her. That's the wrong domain. I would just use like use Hu Tao to be like, particularly as like an instance of like, you're the only reason if people like say, oh, you'll go only clear this with Arlecchino constellations. I'm like, okay, then let's try Hu Tao, right? And I don't know, like the other option is like I can just not use her burst. Like oftentimes you just don't use her burst. In this team, like if I'm playing Arlecchino in like not C6 playstyle, I don't use her burst. And I'm not gonna apologize either for like abusing her C2 because I would have had C2 regardless. I would have had C3 actually. If I had done the same exact things but hadn't spent money, I would have C3 R1 regardless, right? So I'm not gonna like not try to like use C2 or anything, right? Is my point. So the only thing I really have to worry about is not using C6, and it's easy to not use C6 by removing a circlet, removing a crit circlet, or or not using her burst, which is what you do in a normal Arlecchino playstyle anyway. So it's functionally I can just play her differently to not use her C6. So like, what's the difference? Right? Have you tried an Abyss? I mean, yeah, I'll be going to Abyss shortly. People wanted to see me try to solo her, but I'm gonna get some artifacts quick. I mean, may as well use this team. I think this team is not as good for this domain, actually, now that I think about it. Also, this is the wrong domain. So I think I'm just gonna use the Chevres team for this domain. I also had DPS Chevres because DPS Chevres is really nice for clearing this domain more smoothly. We might actually see this issue even with C6 Arlecchino. And the reason being the Geo Shield buttholes. Actually, it probably will be fine with C6 Arlecchino. But like I can clear with 30 seconds consistently with DPS Chevreuse because I just have to wait until they start attacking me again after the Geo Shield guys start rushing at me, right? So they rush at me once, and then, you know, what I would do before is I'd set up with whatever, and then after they start attacking, I would do like Chevreuse burst. But Chevreuse not on a DPS build doesn't do shite for damage. So, you know, but I mean C6 and C2 here kind of make it brainless regardless. So I can't say it matters, to say the least. To have Chevreuse on a DPS build for this domain anymore, but it definitely did feel relevant to have Chevreuse on a DPS build before. Now it doesn't, because yay, I have constellations that make things brainless. And I don't think I even have to really use her burst to feel that. I think it's... Huh? Okay. Well, now I will use her burst. Just put the skill cooldown reset. Yeah, the C2 is just... Oh my god, I didn't hit them again. Well, here's C6 Arlecchino's physical damage. Just God fucking dang it. Oh, Christ. Stupid. So dumb. Alright. Wow. Wow. 5k physical, C6 Arlecchino, OP indeed. Alright, I wonder if I can do something like this. Oh, I can. Let's freaking go. I'm trying to figure out, like, because, like, you know, unironically, I said this in my C6 Elon is boring video. One of the benefits of having high constellation characters is that it does make farming easier, and that's an instance of, like, this domain is now a lot more trivial to farm. Thank you for keeping on giving me the right main stat with garbage substats. I appreciate it. This domain is now a lot more trivial to farm because of the fact that I have C2 in particular lets me just wipe through the buttholes immediately. And then I can use burst to reset the cooldown if need be, right? Oh, I got interrupted there, but... so anyways, I don't even think I have to use her burst here. Let's see. No, I don't have to use her burst, but I think her burst still might be faster. No? Oh, okay. That was technically faster than when I used her burst before, so... Anyways, it makes farming more smooth. Yay, thanks, game. That's the real reason to get C6. Make it so this domain takes 20 seconds instead of 35. Let's freaking go.
There is no escape. Final warning.
Why did charge attack there? Blam. Yeah, it was pretty easy. 19 seconds. It was nice. I'm gonna have to farm this domain a lot, so it's genuinely nice. I'm not lying. I don't think I'm gonna end up using a crit rate circlet, but hey, you know what? It's a crit rate circlet. I'll try it. I'll try it. Yay! Spend more to playlist. Exactly. You got it right. Yeah. It's more just the pay more to play less because play less of the annoying content. But yeah, I mean, no, I mean C6 is highly unnecessary. I would still be able to get. I'm pretty sure I would still be able to get those 20-second clears without C6. Obviously, right? Like again, I would have had C2 or sorry C3 R1 without spending any money. And the main thing enabling that there, me to fast clear that there, was C2. And then C1 and C3 are just damage upgrades, right? So, like, I wasn't even using her burst there, which means, like, yes, I was getting the crit damage buff from C2. Like, that's not, obviously it's not irrelevant, but I don't think C6, when I wasn't using her burst, was that relevant for that domain specifically. So, anywho's. Those were some artifacts of all time. I will end up resin refreshing to go into Primo Gem, or to balance out the Primo Gems that were given to me last stream. So, you know, How many resin refreshes I'm gonna have to do? I don't know. I'll figure that out when I have tomorrow. Actually, when I have. I'll lock these on principle, but like. Also, Gladiator feels a lot worse now to even strongbox for with their constellations, since it doesn't benefit her C2 or her C6. But I don't know. Yes, she is C6 finally. All right. On principle, though, I'm trying that Gladiator piece. I'll try both of them to be clear. This one is actually better. It might not look better, but it is better. I mean, this one has the potential to be better for other units. So, you know, I'll check it. But you better be 40 crit damage. No. Just no. This, if it rolls mostly crit rate and then like maybe 1 attack percent, it's like a perfect piece, actually. That's interesting. Okay, that's a little bit of a waste of XP, it looks like. And just like that, it turned into a 3-line. I'm not gonna unlock it or anything. Don't worry about that. I'll keep it for now, but also it's if that was a crit roll, rate roll, right, and this was like a 13 crit rate piece, absolutely a good artifact. It's still a pretty good artifact. I want to acknowledge that, but an additional crit roll there to like, or attack percent roll would have been fine too. Would have actually been the difference maker to being like, okay, this is pretty good, especially to balance out like this piece being low in crit rate or whatever, right? And then I would have just needed a goblet or a timepiece, but again, like I don't know, I don't know if I'm gonna strongbox much more for Gladiator is what I can say, and I might end up throwing this a piece away if I need the XP. It's fine. Shen has a fab piece. I mean, you know, Shen has on Noblesse, and I prefer her on Noblesse, so. Especially with Arlecchino, she's much better on Noblesse. But, anywho's, give me your oranges. Blanche's letter. Interesting. Blanche gave me a letter. That's the girl that was involved in the miserable quest I mentioned at the start of the stream. I hated it. And I wanted nothing more than to never see this girl again. It's me, Blanche. You didn't expect me to write so soon. You found some fruits. I've had a lot of them in my life, but ones like this. Okay, I hope they are still fresh when you read this red letter. I have no idea. They might have been there for 4 years. Anywho's, how many C6s do you have? On this account, 1. And I don't really intend to get any more. I did this because of the dumb... I do kind of regret... I don't know, man. I still don't know how to feel about the fact that I spent money initially for this account. Like, I didn't do it because it was necessary. I did it for the gimmick of the video concept, right? And then at the end of that video concept of spending, you know, how much does $300, 3 top-ups, how much does 3 top-ups get you the On Arlecchino's banner? I ended up with C4 Arlecchino, not from just those top-ups. Those top-ups only gave me, you know, depending on how you slice it, they gave me functionally 180 wishes additional, right? And if I hadn't gotten those additional 180 wishes, I would have C3R1. If all other decisions were the same, if I spent the same amount of wishes, but did not do those top-ups, I would have C3R1. So I had more wishes saved than I used spent. So like, I don't know. Like, but the point is, it's like hard to disconnect from it because I probably wouldn't like if I hadn't gotten to see, like, if I hadn't spent that money and gotten to C4 in that video, I probably wouldn't have even like had the motivation or idea to like do the grind for trying to get C6. And then I still had to get lucky, even with the grinding, to get C6, and I did, and we have it, which is cool, and it's fun, and I do feel like I earned it to an extent. And like, as far as monetary value goes, I only spent $160. It just feels like it was so unnecessary to do, but I don't know. Ultimately, it's just a fun thing to mess around with, and being that I can functionally turn it off, I think it's fine, right? It's just a fun little thing. ultimately. And I would have wound up with a high constellation, or not high constellation. I would have wound up with a low constellation Arlecchino regardless. I can almost assure you I would have ended up with at minimum a C2 R1 if I had not spent any money. Like, I probably would have motivated myself at least to... My guess is if I didn't spend any money, just had the wishes I had like saved up over the past while in the account, is I would have ended up with like C1 R1 at the end of the video, I think, and then I would have like continued wishing for C2, and then I would have decided to grind for C2, is what my guess is. So I think I would have had at least C2 R1, which is like the most meaningful value, right? If it wasn't obvious from my testing stuff there, and I don't know. Anywho's. You missed the gambling? Yeah, the gambling was at the beginning of the stream. So, anywho's. It was fun. It was a fun journey. I'm going to go to the Abyss here shortly to end off the stream, I think. It was a fun journey, though, trying to get C6 Arlecchino. And we did, which was cool. And I was very lucky overall. Like, starting out, it was just a dream at C4 because, you know, grinding 2 pities worth for the chance of C6 was unlikely. Since it required like the realistic scenario for getting C6 was grinding 2 pities worth of wishes and getting, and I functionally did grind about 2 pities worth of wishes, by the way, by the end of this, but with that 50-50 loss in the middle, it muddled things, right? The functional result was relatively equivalent to 2 50-50 losses, or 2 50-50 wins at pity, because I got the 30 pity C5 early, and then the 50 pity 50-50 loss, and then pity for C6 guaranteed was about 2 pities worth. Like, I had to grind about 150, 160 wishes or whatever, right? So I do feel like I earned it in that grind, but I acknowledge that it had some money had to be spent. I don't know. It was a fun journey, and definitely I want to do actually more just like vibe exploration grinding streams. I will probably do it on my main account. So I don't know. These streams might represent a little bit of a shift in focus for how I make content. I've been considering streaming more and making less edited videos for a while now, and this might be the turning point for that. In that, like, I'll still probably try to do like 1 edited video a week, but I think might just save edited videos for like the things I know people are gonna watch. So like, edited videos might become mostly, like, someone asked earlier in the stream about account reviews. Functionally, my account reviews are those account fixing videos, right? It's a different format for like the same vibe of thing, but one that I think is a little bit better as a video concept and more beneficial to the person that whose account I'm looking at. I think you changed my mind about spending money for C6. Damn, were your hands painful? So, anywho's, like, I think I might shift more, which if I'm shifting more to the live stream focus, it might mean I'm gonna start implementing things. I hope you guys don't mind this, but I mean, if you watch many live streams, you're probably used to it. But I hope you wouldn't mind me implementing systems or whatever in a live format that incentivize like spending money, right? So, e.g., on the simplest level of like when you donate, there'll be like the voice to speech kind of thing during a live stream, right? That kind of thing. I don't know that I 100% would do that. That's just like the simplest thing I could think of off the top of my head. So I might try to monetize my live viewers more if I'm live streaming more, because outside of donations, the live streams don't make as much money as edited videos as far as like ad views go. But I don't know. Like I like live streaming. It's a fun vibe, but it also like is weirdly tiring to live stream. Like when I live stream for 3-4 hours, I generally don't feel like recording that same day, which is why like when I shifted to making 2 videos per week, I only was live streaming like 1 or 2 days a week. But I think I want to live stream at least like 3 days a week at this point, maybe even 4. And just do things like we were doing here, not grinding for C6s, but just exploration, right? Because if I do like more exploration on my main account, just slowly over time, I'll end up getting more resources to level more characters on my main account, which is the main thing I like doing on my main account. Just level all the characters, even the ones that aren't that great, and just faff about with them, have fun with them, right? So, anywho's, point is, I hope you forgive me for streaming more and potentially monetizing you through live streams, because in the past, my live streams have mostly just been I don't care about making money on them. I just do them because I find them enjoyable and a way to interact with my audience and talk about things and show things that I don't end up talking about or going to the depth or rambliness that I do in a edited video, etc., etc. And I don't know, I enjoyed this. I enjoyed this whole sequence, and I think I might shift how I make Genshin content a little bit. Is all it really is. And yep. So will I stream tomorrow? Probably not. I think I'll need a little bit of a break from Genshin, and Hades 2 just came out, so like I think tomorrow I might spend most of the day playing Hades 2. But let's go to the Abyss real quick. First thing we're gonna do, real simple, we're just gonna test the Chevreuse team and absolutely destroy Magu Kenki. Face reveal soon. I've technically revealed my face before. If you look up the MAC address, the channel MAC address, it's a Linus Tech Tips channel. I went and toured their labs, and they interviewed me with why I bought the stupid Vision Pro. And the joke, like the video opens with, I bought the Vision Pro to play Genshin Impact, and that was a joke, which, I don't know, it wasn't that obvious to some of the people in the comments. But yeah, if you really want to see my face, it's in that video. It's got all the details too, because they got all the expensive as cameras there. Anywho's, we will try to solo with Arlecchino through the first side here, but first time through, I just want to see Arlecchino, Chevreuse, absolutely. Actually, the Melt team actually might be better. It might be more fun to try the Melt team here, but we're gonna use Chevreuse because it's more mindless, and my brain, I think, is ceasing functioning at this point, based on how much I'm struggling to even figure out what buttons to select here. How much did it cost? It cost 602 wishes. And I didn't spend money with the intention to get C6, but I spent money for the gimmick of the video. And that definitely contributed to helping get to C6, right? That wasn't the intention with the video. It was not meant to branch into, oh, I can get C6. It just took getting relatively lucky towards the end of that video and then getting pretty lucky with the grind to get C6, right? So 602 wishes. That's the actual metric. Yes, some of those wishes were gotten through monetary means. Sad. Like, actually, one of the interesting thing, by the way, if I had not spent like the 70 wishes for Xiao to get C6, like on Xiao's banner to get C6, Yao, and I had not spent like the 60 wishes on to try to get a second copy of Staff of Scarlet's Hands, which I did not get, although it's possible doing that is what enabled me to get this, because it did give me it increased the chance to get this with 1 pity, but let's ignore that factor. If I had not done that, and if I had not gone for the second copy of Staff of Homo, which in hindsight really wasn't that worthwhile, I should have like gone. The second copy of Staff of Scarlet's Hands would have been more valuable than a second copy of Staff of Homo. Still nice to have, but in hindsight, not actually worth it. So anyways, all those were at pity-ish. The Xiaos were not at pity, but I spent a pity's worth of wishes for C6 Yao, I think. And then ended up losing my pity that I had. So that was like a mistake, right? So and that's kind of nebulous to value. But if like all things had gone the same, but I hadn't done those three, if I hadn't wished for those 2 extra copies of weapons, one of them I didn't even get, and I hadn't gone for C6 Yao, I would have, I think, had enough wishes to get C6 if I had done the same grind without spending anything, right? If I hadn't done those things in the past, which is a lesson in saving, I guess, right? If I had saved more, I would have actually potentially been able to do this without spending anything. So, anyways.
Overrule. Shine down.
Ow, ow.
Stop right there.
Don't get too close.
I should have brought Xiangling to destroy him as fast as possible. I wasn't even hitting the one dude.
Witness my wrath.
Illusion shattered.
Drop your weapons.
Fire it up.
Yeah, if I optimize the grouping of the Kenkis. Blam. That wasn't that fast, honestly. I think I could probably have done that with C0 Arlecchino with that speed. But that was with very unoptimal grouping. I got interrupted on Chevreuse or Toma or whatever. It was pretty good though, unsurprisingly. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I could optimize that down. Like if I get the Magu Kenki grouping to not be cringe and like they're actually all 3 of them are together at the start, which is possible. I just don't know how to do it consistently, or even if it is possible consistently. I've tested for like an hour on my minute count, I couldn't get it to happen consistently. And point is, we could probably get it down to like a 10 to 15 second clear, I'm pretty sure, with that team. If it was actually hitting multiple Kenkis at the same time right at the start, but he is strong. Let's try to solo on the first side, I guess. I think I need more ER. How do I get more ER? Let's see. Probably by not using this. Let's try this. We're losing a bit of crit rate, getting some ER. I don't know if I need this much extra ER per se. But alright. There we go. And we're at 73, 235, 131. That should be enough for solo. Alright. And then we'll do a Chevrolet team on the second side. Wait, I'm gonna need frick. I'm gonna need Sino in the Chevrolet team to get through the shield. We'll do Hutao. So we'll run it like that. And then solo you. Let's see if it goes. What did I say? I don't even know what I said. Alright. Alright. I'm not gonna worry about grouping. I feel like, how do I use her burst properly for you know? I think I use her burst here, no damage at the very least.
Everlasting as the moon.
Not bad. Not bad. Alright. Shiver side. You need to go over here. Also, oh frick, rides on tenacity. Okay. I also don't know if it's fine, it's fine. We'll just use Hutao. No, you absolute butthole. Okay, whatever, it's fine.
Justice will prevail. Drop your weapon. Shine down.
Surrender.
Oop. Okay. Sino time.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. You stay condemned.
Is Sino actually worth using her? I don't know. Might actually be a little bit better than Hutao. If I actually had buffs up, probably. I don't think I have Chivalrous buff or anything.
Your penance is due.
Hell.
Absurd. Illusion shattered.
This is maybe the most jank Chivalrous team I could have on this account, by the way. Ow. Ow, 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 ow.
Shine down. Justice will prevail. Final warning.
Alright, you know what? Let's stress Sino again. Go, Sino, go. Ow. Nice 100k fall damage. Okay. I feel like I should definitely not. Oh my god. Stop! You interrupted me. This is just a really in the way looping situation.
No escape.
Well. If I had done the first freaking wave better. No. it's fine. It's fine. I could. The reason that's jank, by the way, is because I'm trying to full clear all the way through, and I need Sino in the Chevrolet's team to be able to get through the Baptist Shield. It might be better to do Xiangling instead of Hu Tao, but Sino's ER needs with Xiangling instead of Hu Tao. Ugh. Fine, we'll try it. We'll try it. Let's actually try to use Sino. That's what we're gonna try. I mean, that was solo C6 Arlecchino, to be clear, and it was because of the Scuff team on the, on the second side. It was not because of Arlecchino. I just, yeah, I threw in Sino because I needed the extra Electro for the Baptist Shield, but I should just configure the team to be Sino Overload, like Sino Chivalrous, rather than doing this stupidity with Hu Tao, right? That's all. Okay. Oh, I took his timepiece for Arlecchino. Frick. Oh my god. Okay. 2 pieces of that, and then now he has 2 pieces. He has 0 piece. A rainbow. Okay. Frick. Yeah. Burning set there is fine. So we can do this piece, right? 2 piece attack. And then crit damage ER. That's not great. That's, I mean, normal attack. What do I do? Frick. Okay, first of all, what circlet? Okay, just use this, right? Yeah, wait. I have a better crit rate circlets, right? So use this, and then switch to Homa. All right, there we go. Okay, I got it figured out. All right, we got it. Okay, and then yeah, that's fine. I think that's fine. What is your ER at? Maybe not fine. Okay, ER, attack percent, crit rate, ER, no, can't do, whatever. It's fine. Crit rate, ER. I prefer more crit rate, but you know what? Okay, well, maybe we are using this one, then that's fine, I guess. Well, hopefully his ER will be fine. We'll find out shortly. It doesn't matter if you clear in 3 minutes. It's Arlecchino testing after all. I mean, it does to me. So, all right, let's do Sino. You. Wait, no. I need Raiden for potential energy. I need Raiden for I'm not gonna put Raiden in hybrid. I'll keep her on tenacity. But I need Raiden for having a stroke. What the just electro resonance and energy refunding, that might make it work. So anywho's, all right. I feel like it's not optimal to do that with solo Arlecchino. I feel like I should. Ow. This. I feel like it's better to wait, but I could be wrong. You want to come over here? You want to be less of a bubble?
Everlasting as the moon. Overruled.
Really? Not great. It was fine though. Alright. Alright, let's kill these ones at the same time this time. Please.
One strike will suffice. Surrender.
Justice will prevail. Final warning. You're toast.
Stop blocking damage.
Judgment is upon us. Penance is due.
No. Good. Okay. I need to to get, like... Okay, yeah. Not ideal, but I need the extra energy. Okay, maybe I didn't need to do that. Alright, alright, good job.
Illusion shattered.
Oh, freaking stop!
You asked for it. Drop your weapon.
Through me, justice is served. This was well done. We stand condemned.
No, bundle that, that's fine.
An enter.
Your penance is due.
Alright.
Hands where I can see 'em. Final warning.
You're close. Nice and spike. Shine down.
Surrender. Your sins weigh upon your soul.
Weren't anywhere near me.
We stand condemned.
Dang it. I'm getting knocked around too much.
Your penance is due.
Oh!
We stand condemned.
You asked for it.
Did I scare you?
Oh my god. The freaking overloads, man. These enemies are so bouncy. If they take meaningful fall damage, it can like outweigh the downside. Okay, can you... God, like, you know what Sino needs? That could have helped him?
We stand condemned.
Like, if he had like Arlecchino, like snapping to enemies aspect, right? Oh my god, are you serious? Die! How are you not dead? Don't like how sorry, I don't like Sino's kid. If we compare the last two Polearm 5 stars that were released to each other, which is better? Yeah, like all he would like need to like properly feel good in that situation, for example, was if he like had Arlecchino's like aspects where she like really like easily and fluidly snapped to enemies, right? Ugh, yeah, I dislike those enemies. They just are annoying. They're not really fun to fight. I will wait to use her burst a little bit. Is that iframe BS? It was a little bit tricksy, to be clear, but we got it.
Wanted my full attention, did you?
Frick. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, safe.
Witness my
There we go. Alright, okay. What? Oh, I don't have energy. Oop. Oh, I don't have energy. Frick. Okay, these are a bit tricksy. There we go. Alright. A little bit low health for the next chamber, but it was not unusable.
Justice will prevail.
Booba, get them.
Through me, justice is served.
Oh my god, freaking.
Stand condemned.
Can you stop being invisible?
Guilty.
Nobody likes you. Alright, whatever. Let's do this. I think the optimal way... This team, I think, actually could work pretty well if Raiden was on our hybrid build. And I actually tried to use Raiden's burst to replay... So cut Sino's burst short early, right? Instead of having to like spend extra time with him. Like as soon as Xiangling's burst end, right? Just cut his burst early. And just start using Raiden burst to do some damage instead. I think it genuinely might work really well. Alright. Alright, there we go. And now we get to... Don't you dare suck my energy. Alright, do this. Oh, you fuck... Okay, if I don't 3-star this one, there is optimization that could be had against this, but it's just because of the shields, so not my fault. Oh my... Stop! so Shungling's not gonna have energy. Okay, we're gonna clear it, but Shungling's not gonna have energy at the next chamber, which is not ideal. But the Pyro Shield is first, so I think it'll be fine. Normal attack bonus, very nice. All right, slump. I didn't think I was getting hit by that. Solo Arlecchino is stronger than a full Sino team, kind of. Kind of. It is the C6 Arlecchino though. Wait, what are you doing over here, bro? Oh, you butt. Oh, what's that? Oh, come on, can I crit? Loop here. That was probably the most clunky chamber.
I cleanse you of your
Stop right there. Shine down. Time to
You
oblivion.
first. I definitely should use Sino first when I think about it.
You stand condemned.
No.
Kill me. Fight your salvation. Your penance is due.
You asked for it.
One more sin upon your soul.
You butthole.
Illusion shattered.
Retribution. Your atonement. Correct. There was begun.
Booba, get them.
I didn't have Sino's burst back. Whoops.
Judgment is upon you.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my god. I should have been able to kill him there, to be clear. If I had not scuffed things at the beginning, honestly.
Your penance is
Hands like a seal.
I love that Chever's burst instantly gets through the cryo shield, but that was so satisfying. Not that there's not 100 different pyros, like Shungling could have done the same thing, but I think Chever's burst gets through that faster than Shungling does.
Stop right there.
nowhere to run. Through me, justice is served.
Bam. There you go. To be clear, like that, like with optimization, I probably could have done that with a C0 Arlecchino, and I definitely could have done it with like a C2 to C3. Like C6 wasn't really doing much there, to be completely honest. C4 helped for reducing energy needs or whatever. Like, I don't think the experience of soloing with Arlecchino was that different between like C3 and C6, right? So, you know, I mean, it gave me additional CV, so that's the harder thing. I mean, I guess I could approximate it by removing the circlet and whatever and testing it that way, but I don't know, it was fun. It was fun to try once. And maybe I can do that for future Abysses for the funsies, but
Let them do as they
yeah, put a strong enough team on the second side. And yeah, like, and this would, most Abyss cycles that don't have like as much like problems with like, the elemental requirements, with like the shields in both Chamber 2 and Chamber 3, could have an even easier time doing that with C6 Arlecchino. But anyways, yeah. I should have tested that. Honestly, I should have probably tested soloing with, with the C0 Arlecchino, but I didn't think of it beforehand. I don't know. Again, soloing is just not that interesting to me. It's kind of fun to do it once, right? Again, like for an Abyss cycle, because you like particularly Arlecchino is like, it's not just completely mindless. I had to be like Coppelius was kind of interesting to fight, and having to be smart with using her burst and whatever to heal and reset cooldowns and whatever. But a lot of that I was doing can be done with Arlecchino just on a base level, right? I was abusing her cooldown reset stuff, and C6 or C4. C4 actually might have been more relevant than C6 there with the cooldown reduction, energy refunding, right? So, anywho's, it was interesting. C3 riding next. No thanks. No thanks. I mean, it maybe is fine. Maybe, but no, I don't wanna. C3 riding may be worse, quite a lot worse. So, anyways, was pretty good. Let's switch her back to her old two-piece. Give Sino back his stuff as well. But yeah, I'll probably use that. I'll probably use Arlecchino melt. I think when I'm in the mood to test again, I'll probably use Arlecchino melt on a Gilded Dreams build. I think I'm gonna mess around basically with Arlecchino melt with Rosaria, Shenhe, Zhongli a lot more, and I'm gonna mess with the Vape team a lot more. And then, you know, Chevro's teams will continue to be Chevro's teams. They're good, they're fun. I really like Chevro's and how they feel to play, but they're definitely the simplest to play and do the least and care the least about Arlecchino's constellations. C1 and C3 are just like, hey, more damage. But like, I don't really have to think about anything special with her constellations with Chevro's teams, basically, is my general feeling. So, without her signature, I think that would have been perfectly fine to do with Jade Spear. It would have been almost exactly the same experience soloing with Jade Spear versus their signature. I can test stuff later, but I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Actually, I think I've been streaming more than 4 hours because that's 4 hours. That's a 4-hour timer from after I goofed up and accidentally like ended my stream. So I have no idea how long I've been streaming for. Probably close to 5 hours at this point. I kind of got to take a break, and I'm gonna play Hades 2. Probably not streaming tomorrow because I'm probably gonna be Hades 2 tomorrow. Because Hades 2 is probably gonna be fun, and it's probably gonna absorb my existence. And now Sino's build is broken again. Or no, it's not broken. He just doesn't need this circle anymore. Okay, what is this? Yeah, I'll just leave it like that. It's fine. He's got a good chunk of ER. Yeah, it's fine. Anywho's. Yep. Thank you for coming along for the 4 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah, good lord. Thanks for coming along for the journey of C6. I don't know if this is going to turn into an edited video some form or not, because it's going to be an actual pain in the arse to edit. This is why I like wanted to test. See, if it's not obvious, I spent like 3 hours testing the different Arlecchino things. Like, I didn't even go that in depth in like testing different builds and stuff, because that gets real complicated testing all those things quickly. But I will test more of those things with her C6 and play around when I'm in the mood on my lonesome, or if people have suggestions in future streams, whatever, obviously. But yeah, I'll probably be streaming more, like I said earlier, and I hope you come along for the ride. But probably not doing another, at least anytime soon. We're probably not doing another Let's Farm for C6. This was a one-time, one-off occasion as a side effect of a sequence of mostly dumb decisions that I don't know if I regret. I don't think I'm going to regret Arlecchino C6 since I have the ability to turn it off functionally. It'll be easy just to play around with and easy to not play around with once I get artifacts. Like, I do need flexibility with artifacts to be able to easily turn it off. Like right now I would need to have an off-piece circlet to be able to easily turn it off, right? Which would mean using an on-set goblet, which technically this is an on-set goblet. What? There we go. I'm gonna say no, but yeah. So if I get an onset, I'm gonna be hunting for an onset goblet. That's always the state you want to be in this video game. Yeah. No, it's not. But if I get an onset goblet, then I easily have flexibility to be able to deal with this. So, point is, I'm going to be spending eternity in the in her artifact domain. So, if that had one more crit rate roll, by the way, I definitely would have reconfigured the build to use that as an onset goblet to give me flexibility with the circlet. Actually, oh frick, you know what? Actually, just as a alright, so not really that good, but okay, let's test it. Let's see. So what do we do then? We'd have to use an onset timepiece to be clear. Frick. What do I do for an onset timepiece? Attack percent. Skill damage, no. Normal and charge attack bonus would be fine, but neither of my martial says attack or timepieces are very good. Man, I just don't have very good crimson. Crimson timepiece is garbage. Why do I have so bad of timepieces? I have EM timepieces. I have no like timepieces that are good either. Okay. I mean, I have again this timepiece, but I'm not trying to do 4-piece burning. That was not the goal. So no, okay, this is not relevant right now, basically. Unfortunate. That's fine. Yeah, if I can get to the point of having an onset goblet, then having an offset circlet would give me the flexibility to just turn off C6, which is all that I would really care about for the purpose of like showing, hey, you know, this is what my Arlecchino damage would be if I didn't have C6. Anyways. Yep, that's what Polearms Only is doing for the next 10 years. Artifact farming. Yay.